Good evening and welcome to the closed session of City Council of Solvang, closed session for May 26, 2026. Roll call, please. It's 6:30.
5:30?
5:30. It's 5:30. My neck is killing me.
Not going well.
Okay. We're at 5:30, starting our meeting.
Thank you.
Giddy up.
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown. Thank you.
Here. Miss Chelsea, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Would you, we have public communications for the closed session item reference or conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation. Is there anyone here or on Zoom that would like to speak up? Okay, I will close then to close the public communications to our closed session. And Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Thank you. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case.
Thank you. We are now adjourned to recess. Oh, excuse me. We are now adjourned for closed session. We're back from our closed session. Madam Attorney, any reportable action?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there was direction given to initiate legal action, and the defendants and other particulars of that action, once formally commenced, will be disclosed to any person upon request.
Thank you. We are adjourned from closed session at 6:06, and we'll get back at 6:30. We'll begin the open session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order for the Solvang City Council at 6:30. Little housekeeping, please turn off your phones or silence them. And I'll ask our illustrious clerk to take roll call.
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here,
Thank you.
I've asked Jose to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place the right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you very much, Jose. Appreciate it. That's a good lead off to our Memorial Day proclamation. We'll start off with that. It was a great honor for me to read and present the proclamation yesterday at the memorial services for the veterans that they put on yesterday at noon. And I'll read that to us so it's in the record. Whereas on Memorial Day, we honor the heroic men and women who gave their lives while defending our nation and cherished freedoms. These heroes were fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, loved ones, and friends who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to something bigger than themselves. And whereas this solemn tradition of remembrance began as Decoration Day in the wake of the Civil War, the observance was later broadened to recognize all Americans who have perished in our nation's wars, and Congress formally established Memorial Day as a national day of remembrance in 1971. And whereas in honor of our fallen heroes, and whereas these brave souls and their loved ones forever remain in our hearts and minds, we pay tribute to them with our endearing gratitude and respect. And we are committed to honoring and caring for the veterans who are still with us, their brothers and sisters in arms. And whereas in honor of our fallen heroes, flags will be flown at half-staff on all municipal buildings and grounds throughout the city of Solvang on Memorial Day, now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor David Brown, along with the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, do hereby recognize Solvang residents as May 25, 26 as Memorial Day, and in so doing encourage all Solvang residents to take a moment of silence, recognizing the servicemen and women who put their country before all else. In witness thereof, I have hundu set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of Solvang, California to be affixed this 26th day of May 2026. And I presented that to the commander of the VFW yesterday with a great deal of gratitude from them. And we had council members Mark Afonte and Claudia Rona there as well, and appreciate them. Next is a presentation regarding our wastewater treatment plant, item number 2.
The consultant is having trouble logging on, so if we could move on to the next couple of things and we'll try and get him connected.
Okay. Technical difficulties mean we're going to move on to item number 3, public communications for non-agenda and consent items. Do we have any? These are them. Okay. William Dental. Hi, regarding Alisal Commons, and after that is Denise Alamine. Thank you, William.
Yeah, a couple inches higher there. Yeah, hello, yes. I'm here to talk about the Alisal Commons Glenway project proposed. 4 3-story apartment units, 1 2-story apartment unit for low income, 88 apartments, 138 car parking spaces. I realize a decision was finalized on March 25th, 2024. I was here for that. I just wanted to show you, one of my souvenirs was the sign that was on the lots that notified the neighborhood of this March 25th meeting. And the green color I thought was sort of interesting, but that was all we saw. Anyway, I and other neighbors that I've spoken to, we're not against housing solutions. I mean, I have 3 kids. One of them's a house sitter, one has a condo, one has a house that needs a lot of work. These buildings with their parking lots, in our opinion, are oversized for our neighborhood and inappropriate for an area that's basically all single-family homes. And I would say there's too much hardscape. I was looking at the drawing today and thinking, wow, there's all these buildings and then there's all this asphalt with the lines on it for the cars. You know, basically there's almost no land left. There's traffic issues, general traffic issues in the neighborhood, but then if there's a fire or something like that, this whole complex is right where the bridge comes across from all the people that are up on the other side in the hills there, and our neighborhood, and all piling up Alice on where, who knows, maybe they're going the other direction. But it is right there. It's sort of at the knot of the whole road system. Then there's the traffic congestion, which already exists when you're going up the hill, up to Oak Street, and then up to Mission, et cetera. And it's already pretty bad. There's nothing smooth about it, but I mean, we understand that's Solvang, and there's pedestrians, and there's cars, and stuff like that. But another concern for me, and I do a lot of walking down in the basin there, and I've noticed over the years, there's less insects, less frogs, less birds. Okay, that's sort of a sign of the times, but it is a fragile environment. And this whole, 88 apartments are going to be right near that, and it's just going to push more people. Of course, it's good to do. I'll try to move on here.
Well,
how much time I have?
You've exhausted your time. I'm sorry.
Can I have a few more minutes, or a minute?
You
I'll
may
go
have
quickly.
One more minute, please,
Okay.
not more.
There's no stores for basic shopping nearby these apartments. There's no public transportation nearby these apartments. And they should not be used for short-term rentals either, which is a very disruptive thing. It would be better to have fewer, smaller, lower profile buildings, and possibly the whole project near public transportation and public shopping. And I don't think it's too late to correct this error. And I would like you to please keep the Fjord and Juniper Street neighborhood, which is who we are, more or less, informed and in the process. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Alameen?
Hello, my name is Denise Elamine. I'm here to talk about the water bills. I sent a complaint through the system because I'm being told that I should be going online and making my complaints online. So I tried. I went online and I looked all over trying to find just a basic complaint form, and they all said code or something different. So I used one of the codes and made a complaint about my December 25th water bill. December 25th fell on a Thursday of last year, 2025, and for some reason, the city of Solvang chose to give the employees and take the next day off. It was not a federal holiday. It was one that you guys decided to do. When I came in to pay my bill on the next business day, which would have been the 29th, as a Monday, I was told by Wendy that I was charged a late fee because I didn't make my payment on the 25th. And I explained to her I couldn't make it on the 25th nor the 26th. And the next business day was Monday, the 29th, when I did make my full payment. I just want to read to you, and I don't know why Randy answered. He told me don't ask him any more questions, but for some reason, Randy answered my complaint. And he says, "Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry that you were dissatisfied with our utility payment process in the month of December. I have spoken with our utility billing department, and they provided me with the background regarding your account. I was told that you made 13 payments to your account that month, not including the final one on the 29th, the vast majority in the amount of only a few dollars. I also learned that when the due date falls on a weekend or a holiday, our standard practice is to extend it to the next business day. So your concern about Memorial Day holidays are unfounded. I further learned that we have 8 payment options, and he noted them. My question on the computer system only asked why was I charged a late payment charge in December 25th. I have no idea why this paid employee had to go into other things. He just needed to answer my question. Before, I like a minute, if you don't mind. We just received
Reset for one.
in our water bill, April is dated April 2026, and this explains that the payments are due on the 25th, and if it falls on a weekend or a holiday, the late payments will not be applied until the next business day. But the 25th of December, 2025, the late payments were applied on that Friday, and it was not a business, and you guys weren't at work. So that was my question, and it was not answered. And I would appreciate, since I have to come to meetings to have my questions answered, that one of you guys could take this issue
Thank
and
you.
answer it for me. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience or online that has a question or wish to make a comment? Okay, he's on. So we will close the public communications, item 3, and revert back to item 2 for a presentation. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Jose Acosta. I'm the Utility Director here with the City of Solvang. This evening, staff and NHA Financial or financial consultants will be giving the council a presentation on some of the financial considerations for the wastewater treatment plant upgrades project. They'll be presenting several financing options, including private bank placement loans, publicly issued revenue bonds, and the potential USDA loan. Staff is nearing the application process for the USDA loan. It was a rather lengthy process and required quite a few studies and investment on staff time and some funding as well. So that will be discussed as well this evening. Staff is not making any recommendations this evening or asking that we make a final decision on any of the financing options. We wanted to present these to give council some opportunities to think about the potential financing options, and staff will be returning at a later date with these options and seeking further clarification and direction from council on which they feel is the best option for the financing of the treatment plant. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Eric Scriven, who's online from NHA Advisors, and he'll walk us through the presentation. And at the end, I, or Randy can answer any questions council may have.
Thank you.
Good evening. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I've got about 14 pages of content here that goes through the background and some of the definitions and also some of the options just to highlight the key criteria from which City Council may want to think about the funding of this treatment plant project later on when those decisions really come to a head. But right now, we're going to just do the background, several approaches, some definitions, and then open. And please ask questions if you care to throughout the presentation as well. So as we all know, the city is compelled to address its wastewater treatment plant. There's some deficiencies with respect to treatment. And so the project has been ongoing for a number of years. It's currently under design, I understand, at 50% design. The analysis that we were using for this presentation has a project cost of $18.5 million. That may change as design is finalized. I understand you're going to get to 90% design later this year. The city has been in discussions with USDA since 2022 to secure a very low cost loan, and they have longer terms that are also helpful. I put here grant was unavailable, but it is my understanding that there is a $1 million grant that is part of the package, so that will be shown in one of the options that's related to the USDA. The 2022 cost of service study assumed a $19 million loan using a 4.5% rate and a $1.5 million annual payment. And that was the reason why the council approved those rates in 2022. I believe you have July 1 of 2026 increase. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jose. I think you have one more increase, July 1 of 2027, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the last one is July 1, 2026.
So it's 22 through 26. Okay, very good. The upcoming cost of service will confirm whether this previous increases will be sufficient to support the future loan payments. Also, part of that analysis is to maintain proper reserve levels. Hopefully you can do your other capital needs beyond this treatment plant project through a PAYGO program. And also, as we all know, operational costs are increasing. So that rate study will look at all of those things to develop the rates. The core objective of any funding plan with respect to the treatment plant is threefold, and certainly more actually, but we want to create a funding plan that secures the most efficient, lowest cost funding and secure favorable terms. Paramount to this process also is to secure and promote the most affordable rates possible for the city's sewer customers. And then also for the enterprise, the wastewater enterprise, maintain long-term fiscal sustainability and operational flexibility. Later on, we're going to go through 3 loan options, but there may be others you want to discuss, but we wanted to just highlight the differences between several that have been considered. Before we get to the loan options, I want to just talk high level about various ways that projects are funded by public utilities. Cash funding, which is really a pay-as-you-go kind of program, is often used to fund the smaller and recurring projects. The cash that you generate annually above and beyond operational costs is usually programmed to handle the lower cost types of projects that are needed. There's also alternative funding, federal and state grants, like USDA, which has been investigated, state revolving fund for clean water. That's also a very good program that's offered by the state of California. There are other grants as well, and those are usually the focused one. There had been some federal programs that have been discontinued in the last year, but federal, what we call free and cheap opportunities is something that should be looked at to offset potential costs of the funding. These programs are highly competitive usually and take a bit longer to process with the state or federal jurisdictions that are offering them. And they, like USDA, oftentimes you'll have to find interim construction funding because these other programs like to fund when the project is complete. And of course, then there's the private markets, bonds or loans. Those are accessible sources. They're usually higher cost than the alternative free and cheap money sources, but the timing is generally 3 to 4 to 5 months, and that's relatively certain timelines. What is a wastewater revenue loan or bond or even a USDA loan? The purpose is to fund these larger projects. The repayment source, and I think this is important because we're going to use the terminology net revenues. Net revenues is really your gross recurring revenues from ratepayers, and there are interest income and other sources, but that's your recurring revenues less your recurring every year types of operating expenses. That equals your net revenues, and that is the pledge that the city would make to whatever your funding source is to repay the loan or bond that you might undertake in the future. Coverage ratio is another important point. You must maintain sufficient revenues or net revenues to cover debt service. Usually that means that you have excess amount over and above that debt payment. So typical terms are 110 to 125% coverage, which means that you have $110 to $125 of net revenues for every $100 of debt service that you're undertaking. And then key legal covenants that usually are present in all of these types of loans or bonds is the rate covenant, which is maintaining that coverage that we just mentioned, as well as an additional bonds test, which imposes additional conditions before you are able to take out another loan after this, this initial loan. That would be something that's important just to make sure that you have the flexibility in case you need to take on future debt in the future after this initial loan. So where is the current status of the wastewater enterprise fund? The enterprise fund struggled a bit before you implemented the rate increases. You were negative on your net revenues, but that 5-year increase that the city council approved translated into positive net revenues after 2023. As you can see on the right-hand side, current fiscal 25, we don't have fiscal 26 in hand at this moment, but fiscal 25, the most recent year of audits, you had a little bit over $1 million of net revenues. If you were to calculate a pledge for a new bond with that $1 million using a 125% coverage, that would translate to about $10 to $12.5 million of capacity for funding any type of large capital project. That falls short of the $18.5 million that we're assuming for this analysis is the project cost. The 2022, just going back, the 2022 cost of service study, next page, projected that in 2026 that you'd be about 1.6 million net revenues and 2.1 million of net revenues. So that once the fiscal 26 figures are tabulated at the end of this fiscal year, you'll see where you stand up. But there have been large increases in operational costs with respect to energy and power, sometimes labor as well. So it'll be important to see where that is prior to your cost of service study that you're contemplating doing. That'll be your baseline for the go forward look. And once you have that in hand, your financing options would be reevaluated. Your reserve levels are looking good. As a percent of annual budget, the city has adequate reserve levels, and the trend is good. That cost of service study that you approved in 2022 is having the desired effect. Notwithstanding that, you've used some of your cash that you've been receiving as well as net revenues for these project costs related to the treatment plant for design and other types of consulting. But nevertheless, your reserve levels are looking very strong. Right now, it grew from 1.1 million in 2022, and you're projected to be, you're at 2.5 million at the end of fiscal 25. I'm not sure where the projection will be, but indications are that it might decline to 2.1 million. So getting into the four very high level options, just to provide contrast to the USDA loan that the staff has been pursuing for the last number of years. We wanted to show a bank loan, which is also called a private placement. They're usually limited to a shorter term. A 20-year term is standard. Using a bond or a public offering to investors, we're showing a 30-year term and a 35-year term, and we have interest rates that we took a snapshot of earlier this month for credit rating that we think is conservative for the city of Solvang. And then, of course, we also have the existing terms that we received in the letter of conditions from the USDA, and that has a 40-year term. So the bank loan is the quickest option to execute. There's no credit rating, there's no investor disclosure that needs to be put together that goes out to the investors to sell the transaction. You have more flexible prepayment options for these bank loans, and for the private placement bank loan as well as the public offerings, you can bundle your construction financing into your permanent financing, so you don't have to do something before the takeout like USDA requires. The cons right now are that the private placement market is showing higher interest rates, and also, as noted, you have a limitation on your max term of 20 years. There are some banks that will go out to 25, not many, and they charge a higher rate. So the assumption here is a 20-year loan at 5% rate, and if I can read that, the annual payment is about $1.7 million. Okay, so public offering, we're showing a 30 and a 35-year. Currently, it's a lower cost option than USDA. That's not usual, but that just happens to be the case at this moment in time. There is flexibility on the term. You can go up to 30, 35 years. 40 years is possible, but it's not typical. Usually you're seeing these long-term financings by selling to investors at a 30-year term. The cons are it's a longer process than a bank loan. You have to go through a lot more due diligence with respect to getting a credit rating and putting together disclosure for the investors. And usually you have a prepayment lockout feature of 10 years. That can be negotiated depending on the market. Sometimes you'll have to pay a little bit of interest rate penalty, but the 10-year lockout is typical. And this assumption assumed an A+ credit rating, which we think is conservative for the city of Solvang's wastewater enterprise, and we're showing 30 and 35-year terms. So for the 30-year term, if I can read that, it's a $1,330,000. Let me look at that. Make sure I'm reading it correctly. Yeah, $1,330,000 payment for 30 years, $1,250,000 for the 35 years. Contrasting that with the $1,775,000 for the direct bank loan placement, which is over the 20 years. So USDA, this is sort of a collapsed approach. We're bundling and trying to show an apples to apples comparison, although you do have to do an interim financing before USDA will take out the construction loan. But we bundled both where we're trying to show that there is pre-funded interest in all four of these options. The pros for a USDA is they will give you the longest term. That is the way they work. For disadvantaged communities, that can be a very strong benefit. Usually they have the very low rate. Currently it's higher than one would expect, but there is the opportunity once you lock in the USDA program that you can reset that down if rates go down prior to them funding the loan in a couple of years when you're done with construction. The cons are that it's a very long process and it takes a lot of staff time and sometimes consultant time. You do need to do the interim funding. There is no credit rating disclosure needed, which I think is a positive. I'm not sure why that's in the cons, but you may have to do the credit rating for the interim loan. So the assumptions here are 40 years at 4 3/4 interest rate. That is the current quote from USDA. That 40-year program shows the lowest payment of about $1.1 million annually, of over 40 years, of course. So we wanted to show all four of these and then stack them up and compare them. I think there's two things that are important to look at, which are the annual payment. That's what the rate consultant will be looking for and solving rates for when they conduct their analysis. But then also I think it's important to see what the total payments are over that loan term. So you can see we go from $1.7 million for the private placement all the way down to $1.1 million for the USDA 40-year loan. But there is approximately $10 million more of interest paid over those extra 20 years that the public agency would be making those payments. Glad to answer any questions on that slide if there are any right now, or we can answer them at the end.
I have a question in particular on that slide.
Okay.
So the $1 million other contribution was only applied to the USDA option. Why is that? That's grant money that the city enjoys. Why wouldn't we apply it to any other debt scenario?
That is my mistake. I kind of found out. I thought it was tied to the USDA application where they were giving the city the loan at 17.5 and $1 million grant. That's sometimes how they'll offer the package to a public agency, but I understand that that is an earmark through your congressperson, so that should be applied to all the other three as well. And of course, that'll lower those other three's annual payment.
I need to jump in here because the information we received from our contact at USDA suggests that it is a grant specifically for USDA, not an earmark, which is what I understood it to be. I have not had a chance yet to get this clarified, but the way it was presented in the letter that we received from USDA last week, the example was given. If we, right now we've got it published at $18.5 million is what the estimate is for construction. But if the project actually costs less, they would still loan us $17.5 million. And then the difference would be taken out of the grant, which indicates to me that it is not an earmark. And I have not had a chance to reach out to USDA yet. So the answer to the question more specifically is it should be applied to all of the different loan options or borrowing mechanics that are presented here. But based on what I received from my contact at USDA, my understanding of what he wrote was that it is specific to the USDA
Sorry,
and not.
Randy, but I thought, are we talking about the same money that we got from Carbajal's?
Carbajal's $1 million earmark.
So
And that's what
why is
confused
it
me.
only USDA
I-
entitled to it?
I don't have that answer. I was not able to reach out to Al and find out, but I
Let's
got
get
that information late last week.
Let's get that clarified. Let's
We
keep
will.
going.
We will.
So I think that
Eric,
showed.
I had another follow-up question.
Please.
Is there, for the USDA, are there options to prepay those?
Yes, the USDA, I think maybe I didn't say it on the previous page, but USDA, you can pay down your loan at the public agency's option without penalty at any time.
Thank you.
So they prepay and they rate adjust in the middle if there is a eligible rate adjustment.
You can adjust lower prior to the funding, which would be after construction is complete, but before at the time they fund it. So at that point you lock it in. So we're all hoping the rates do start coming down. They seem abnormally high for USDA right now. As an example, 2 or 3 years ago, we locked in for another project at 3.625 for the 40 years. So that's something we're working hard to keep on that other project because that's a low rate in the current market, especially for 40 years.
Thank you.
So we wanted to insert this slide because the term of the loan impacts the total interest costs you pay over the term, as well as your annual payment that the rate consultant is going to solve for when they do their study. And the shorter the term, the higher the amount to fund the same annual amount to fund the same cost. So there is pros and cons. You lower your interest, but there is something what we call generational equity, and some city councils thinks it's important. Some less so. They want to pay things down earlier. But we think it's important to note that the treatment plant project, that's a long-lasting asset, and usually folks are looking to fund long-lasting assets with a longer-term funding term, so that you're gaining the generational equity, which means that the folks that are paying that payment for that asset and that improvement project that you took on debt are gaining the benefit of that asset. So as an example, 20-year loan term for the bank loan, after you have a higher payment during those first 20 years, but the next 20 or 30 years that asset is still providing benefit for the ratepayers, those ratepayers after year 21 are getting essentially having to pay no payment on that. So that's the thinking, the statement on generational equity. You try to match up your loan term with the useful life of that asset, where it's providing benefit to the customer. To the extent that you have the ability to prepay without a penalty that loan, which you do on all of the loans that we're talking about. Some are more flexible than others. You certainly can program that in if that's important and of interest to the the city council and staff down the road. Glad to answer questions on this, though.
I am curious about one thing. The assumption that the useful life of the asset is greater than 40 years. How long has our wastewater treatment plant been in existence now?
The treatment plant's been in existence since the 60s. The last upgrade was done in early 90s. So we're already approaching the 40-year mark on that treatment plant upgrades.
Is any of that attributable to the state requirements, or is it strictly the functional part of the wastewater treatment plant?
It's a combination of both, but the state requirements for nitrification was one of the major players about 5 years ago to start the phased approach to the wastewater treatment plant upgrades.
That's what I thought. So it could change again and reduce we'd have to start this again less than 40 years.
If we get our permit settled with the Regional Water Quality Control Board for the foreseeable future, and I don't know how long that is because we all know state regulations could change in 10, 15 years, but we should be good for it until the next requirements come down the pipe. But yes, that is true.
I guess I like this slide. It's just simple and it makes a point. The question I have is, bank loans commonly, most people are familiar with mortgage loans, are commonly 30 to 35 years. Why is the loan option capped at 20 years? It doesn't match the useful life of the asset. Are there options for different terms of loans from banks?
I mean, I've been creative on some bank loan programs where they don't want to take on for public agency debt loans that are longer than 20. I do see some that are 25. But, there can be the ability to structure something where you have an amortization that's longer, but you still won't be able to exceed the 15 or 20 year term that the banks underwrite at. That's just where they're at on public agency loans. That's the programs that they offer. If you get exotic, as I'm speaking, then you do take on interest rate risk. But, that's something that can be investigated down the road if that's council's pleasure.
I had a question from your beginning. You said Prego? Pago. Pago. Thank you. I didn't know what that acronym was.
Yeah, Pago is just using your excess cash annually, from your net revenues over and above your debt payment to take care of those other.
Thank you. I just hadn't heard
projects.
that acronym. Okay. Any other questions?
I have some comments. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, really good summary and a good assessment for us. So appreciate the data. I think baselining where we are at, it's important to know that the current wastewater treatment plant needs this rebuild to meet new state requirements on the water that we release from the plant. So the standards are becoming more and more stringent, and that's one of the main drivers, plus the age of the current asset. But we have capacity. We have plenty of capacity. I want to put that on record. We have capacity because I'll come back to that in a second. I think there's two key concepts in this presentation that I want to emphasize. The first is that the USDA option maps closest to the useful life of the asset. And the generational equity point means that current ratepayers today are not overly penalized to finance the asset. We would spread the cost over generations of ratepayers. So today's payers don't pay an artificially high rate because in their moment of time, they have to incur the rebuild of this asset. So it's more fair to spread it over as much time as we can possibly look at. And the second thing is the USDA terms, not just time or length of term, but the fact that we can enjoy a rate adjustment if rates go down, and we have the flexibility to prepay, gives us the flexibility and the note that things could change. And we know that things will change, right? We know that for sure. We already taking on San Ynez as a potential 20% contributor, and we need to figure out that math. And we could also take on Los Olivos should they vote that way, and that could change significantly the math on how we affect our own ratepayers. So to me, that gives us conditions that are most favorable for the USDA option. So on that point, we should probably consider another round of math, and I know we're going to do some work groups and a breakout committee, but another round of math that the council can look at that considers the $1 million grant and how it should be appropriately applied. So we do a fair compare. That we look at what does it mean when we factor in San Ynez and potentially Los Olivos, and then we should probably look at policy that says, can we onboard another consumer of substance, like in 10 to 20% capacity. So it positions us as a regional wastewater treatment plant. And that policy would say, you can buy in, and there might be a construct for a buy-in fee, and then your contribution of the rate for your percentage of consumption is X. And we write that as a policy so someone knows how to negotiate their way in. And most importantly, it gives somebody like Los Olivos a construct, a predicted model to say yes or no to should we vote to come on board to Solvang's wastewater treatment plant. Without that, they have no framework to, it gives them a little more understanding of what they're signing up for.
Reasons to object, yeah. One of the other things that I would go along with that is, of course, here shortly, in a couple of days, we're going to have the Urban Growth Boundary Advisement Committee looking at the potential of bringing in more homes, more buildings. If all of that happens, this is back to capacity, which is what Ms. Arona is referring to. So how much more can we handle for ourselves as well as bringing in Los Olivos?
To address what Councilwoman Arona was just saying, we have had that conversation with Los Olivos. We've talked to our consultants, our engineers, and determined what the buy-in would be. So not only would they be buying approximately 10% of our capacity, and then consequently or directly consequent to that would be the 10% of our operations cost. There's a cost, I don't remember the exact number, it was $4 or $5 million, I think, of buy-in that they would have to give us or possibly arrange to make payments to get it paid in so that we would have that ability to so that they're buying in, they have equity or skin in the game. The other thing I wanted to point out, just real quick math, Eric pointed out, as he was going through the comparison rates, there's roughly $600,000 difference in the annual payment. Shorter term would be $600,000 more. And if you do the quick math, we've got about 2,000, it's a little more than that, but 2,000 connections in the city of Solvang. 600,000 divided by 2,000 is $300 a year, which again, $25 a month.
That's material.
Increase just to provide and again, that's paid by the ratepayers now if we went with a shorter term. So that, of course that means 20 years from now, the rates could potentially go down, but that's not an equitable balance in the way those payments would be applied.
Yeah.
Well, one more thing on Los Olivos. One step further would be to allow them to make a reservation for capacity. So we could actually draft up an MOU. It's not binding, but it sort of keeps the door open, or it allows Los Olivos community to understand what's the framework, but that they have they literally just have a reservation. So should they proceed, some terms are already understood. Again, it gives them structure for them to say yes more easily and to promote this is a regional solution that will guarantee meeting state standards.
Now, I do wonder how long is this all going to take? Because we've been talking about redoing the waterways treatment plant since 2019, 2020, and I think the cost for building, well, we've been going through this process, has gone up just like everything else. Is there anything that we can do to secure that MOU fairly soon so that we can plan for this? Because at this point, the difference between 500, 600 connections, more or less, makes a difference on how much you pay on all of this. Just alone on the kind of loan that we get, we're talking a difference of between $70 and $40 a month. So I'm just wondering how much longer this is going to take. Because it costs, the longer that it takes you to negotiate, it also, cost of construction goes up significantly.
Before Jose jumps in there, I just want to remind council that this is a presentation and there's no action or direction to staff being given. We're definitely listening to all the questions and comments, but just wanted to clarify that.
So the current timeline for construction to commence is second quarter of next year. We'll release the RFP early first quarter next calendar, we're talking calendar year, and completion of construction in mid-2029. At that time is when the consideration would be given to Los Olivos. Hopefully they have their design build out and they're ready to connect at that point in time. Randy and I are staying abreast and keeping in contact with the Los Olivos general manager. We are attending a public forum that they are having June 3rd in the evening as well, that they're doing a customer resident outreach program is there as well. So we'll be there listening to questions and answering and giving them responses. Again, we've given them preliminary numbers, and so they're comfortable with those. They're presenting those to their community as well of what the buy-in, which is basically a connection fee to the city, and so that would be fees that they would pay up front.
And if we could, I'd like to allow Eric to finish his presentation.
Okay. The takeaways, I think, and everyone's sort of expressed discussion items that makes me understand you all got it, which makes me feel like I'm doing my job here. There's been a lot of time spent on the plant, but also the funding option, the preferred option with USDA. You're looking for, and I think you have within your reach, options that meet all of the objectives with low cost, an affordable annual payment, which is the lowest possible impact on the ratepayers. You're looking for generational equity. I think that's for city council and staff to determine what term you want. USDA does show that provides the most and creates more flexibility, financial flexibility. Getting the results from 2026 and having a better handle on 2027 projections will clarify the viability of supporting the $18.5 million project, which, obviously it can change as design gets firmed up. That could be a bigger number. We don't know. But the rate consultant who's going to do the cost of service study, that'll be extremely important information to have in hand, along with comments from staff and city council on the best approach for some of these things you're talking about that would go in with, potential partners that you're talking about. Those all would go into that rate study to create the lowest impact on the customers possible to pay for this project. With that, I think I'm done. There's some other pages, but we don't need to go through those.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Any other questions? Mr. Machado? Okay. Thank you for these options and your presentation.
My
We're gonna
pleasure.
Move on to,
Okay.
we've completed item 3, public communications.
Thanks, Eric.
We'll go to city manager's report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just a couple of things. Those of you who have subscribed to our newsletter already know this, and those of you who don't, shame on you. But we have an announcement in the most recent newsletter that the city is going to be awarding 3 different awards for the, and pardon me for butchering the Danish language, Den Gilden Have Award, or Golden Garden. The 3 different categories for most drought tolerant, most beautiful, and exceptional example of defensible space. So we are going to be traveling around the city looking for homes that are taking these things seriously, and I don't remember what the prize is, but it's in the newsletter. And if you haven't subscribed, the information is available on the city's website. And as far as future meetings, the next council meeting, we will be asking for council direction on pursuing relinquishment of Mission Drive, State Route 246 from Caltrans, asking for direction. So that's going to be another exciting topic. And we look forward to engaging with you on that matter. And that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of our city manager?
What does relinquish mean exactly?
That means we take control over the right-of-way.
Oh, it sounds like we give it up.
I had
Okay.
never heard of it, but I mean, I had heard of it in the context of they do a bypass and then the old highway is relinquished to the city. But this is a conversation I had with members of the Chino City Council when I was in Sacramento about a month and a half ago, and bemoaning the fact that we're having difficulty getting some permissions to do things along the Mission Drive, including putting in our video cameras. And they said, well, we just did that, and they relinquished it. So we have a decision by council on to proceed with that. That means we would accept the responsibility to maintain it, but it gives us a lot more freedom about what we can do.
Thank you.
Randy, can I ask one more question? When is the council going to receive back the direction on our ethics code and our cease and desist requests that we made almost 2 meetings ago?
It's in the queue. We're going to try to bring it in this month.
June?
Yeah.
Next meeting?
That's the
Okay.
goal.
Okay. Then we'll, does that complete your report, Mr. Manager? Thank you. We'll go to item 5. Would you read that into the record, please?
Government Code Section 53232.3D, AKA B1234, and Government Code Section 84308, AKA SB 1439, report out. Ex parte communications, council comments, requests.
Thank you. Anybody like to start us off? Mr. Fente?
Okay, so meetings, I had to go back and look at a couple of things. So I did manage to go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting and talk to some of our residents there. I also was at the Aquatics Ad Hoc Committee meeting over at the high school, talking about that. Sat in with the Revenue Measures Oversight Committee, wanted to hear what they had to say. Went to the Buellton State of the City, San Ynez Valley, over at the Marriott. That was very interesting. And then I was at the memorial yesterday. I have a question for our city manager. The sound system in that memorial sucks, to put it politely. Do we have any control over that?
No, we do not have a sound system. The renters of the facility bring their own equipment.
Okay. The other item I noticed is there's 2 huge chandeliers, have about 15 lights each, and they were blinking during the entire session. And that makes me a little nervous about the electricity there. Do we have any control over that?
We do, and that would probably start with paying our power bill. Just kidding. Yeah, I'll alert our building and ground folks about that. So we'll take a look and see if it's a wiring issue or if the light bulbs are about to go out.
Yeah, it was both sets of 15 lights were flashing. So that's not a bulb, I don't think. But
Probably not.
I bring it to you, Mr. Murphy, to take care of it in your normal style. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have a couple to report out. I attended also the aquatics working group session on the joint use agreement. And we have another meeting coming up, I think, next week. So 1 of 2 so far. I also attended the City of Buellton State of the City address, which was good to get our sister city, I'll call it that, update. Also, I attended a staff meeting just to do some preliminary discussion on something that's on our agenda tonight, which is alternatives to our Santa Barbara County Sheriff's contract. And so I'll be part of that ongoing discussion. And then I attended the 1-year anniversary of the Chumash Museum ceremony. And interesting to hear that they had in 1 year over 35,000 visitors to the museum. So a very, very successful new cultural footprint in the valley. And then I did want to make a request. So I'll just say this. I think there's some things we are bound by state law on some of the housing development requirements. And so if public continues to come and voice their concern about housing development projects, I think they should. But if they see us not responding, or silent in some ways, it's mainly because we have done what we can do or had to do. I'm not against development. I am against development where we don't get to plan for it. And so I would like to request, given that I've sensed we're going to get more feedback on this Alisal Glen project, and there is a Southern Solvang contingent that doesn't have anywhere to go for milk and eggs and diapers until you cross Mission. And so we need to be sensitive to the traffic and the bottleneck that is going to be created. So I would like to do our own traffic study. I'm told that this particular project has done a traffic study, but I don't see it. I would love to see it, but I would like to conduct our own on what are the vehicle trips per day, what is the impact to the single route in and out of those several neighborhoods, and what does that do for at times when we close down Copenhagen or we increase more foot traffic at the intersection of Alisal Road and Mission when all of that commercial zone is fully open. And I'd also like to understand what can we do to drive a San Ynez transit stop south of Mission for this neighborhood that has no commercial options. They've got to get out of town. And then fast forward when we're talking about our evacuation plans and operational execution of evacuation plans, when will we actually consider the new density of the neighborhood once this development is done? So I'm requesting our own study, that we conduct one and have an opportunity to be proactive about development impacts.
Okay. Do you have anything?
Along with our city manager and some other council members, I too attended the State of the City of Buellton.
Okay.
And I want to thank everybody that made the Memorial Day service possible. And I thank all people that attended, enjoyed the luncheon. And I was particularly touched by the letters that were read by veterans. It's very easy to have opinions about military action on the global level, but it really brings it back home and gives it a different face when you listen to what the servicemen and their families go through to, protect our country. So thanks again. It was a beautiful service. I also want to commend the rapid response from staff regarding the parking issues during the holiday weekend. There's a lot of things going on in the city, so thanks, Randy, for being right on it. I'd like to remind staff to communicate with the contractors that we work with regarding holidays when they schedule all of this road work, because I understand that we need to give certain notice when we're going to request people to not park in places, but it does require some flexibility when there's no work being done and there is that need for parking.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, I'm going to go down the checklist here. Was at a sub-regional SCAG meeting on the 13th. Met with the United Way representative on the 19th with our possible participation as a city. And then the Buellton State of the City. I think we had more council members there than they did, which is pretty interesting. But we did, didn't we? Yeah, so we had a good turnout. Plus, we had our manager and the assistant manager was there, so it was great, great afternoon. And I don't know if I'd call him a stepsister or anything like that, but you know, the redhead one, you know. So anyway, and then the 21st, I was at and attended with SB SCAG and then also APCD meetings on the 21st. Had the pleasure of being one of those visitors at the Shumash Cultural Center and museum at the request and as a guest of Chairman Kahn. And we also had a guest, Colonel Horn from Vandenberg was there. It was a nice, intimate opportunity to see the museum. And then the Memorial Day events, as we said, thank you all for being there. And then I was very pleased we have a very patriotic city. I want you to know that. There was a great turnout there. And I owe that to all our citizens. And then next week, there's a housing summit sponsored by Congressman Carbajal. That'll be at Vandenberg Space Force Base that a few of us plan to attend. So that's all I have for shout-outs. I want to say thank you to our Public Works Department. Man, I see new roads. I see all kinds of good things going up. And our Planning Department, typically I approve of all the great buildings they put up, but in this case, they took one down. So the Water Wheel Fire building is now a vacant lot for the most part, and changes the viewscape of the Theater Fest and downtown quite a bit. So that's what I have, and then we will now move on to item 6, consent items. And would you read that into the record, please?
Consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak during the public communications portion of this agenda.
Thank you. Is there any concerns about the agenda items, the consent?
I'd like to pull one.
You say that with
I'm sorry.
trepidation there, so.
Do you want to pull item E?
See council goals?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a comment, too, if I can, before we make a motion to approve, unless anyone else has a...
Well, we don't have a motion, so this is discussion.
Can I just comment on item H? This is from the Extreme Clean Janitorial item to extend and increase our contract with the the contractor who does the janitorial service for us, for our bathrooms and for trash around the city. I read the report, and I thought it was awesome. There were details provided that it is extremely clear that Extreme Clean is paying detailed attention to the work they're doing, examples of days and occasions or incidents that they stepped in where they gave examples of times that they were on call and didn't charge us, at times that they have responded to situations that seemed a bit unpleasant, but they even provided photographs of examples of some of the day-to-day things. This is a contractor. Brightview needs to pay attention to how this contractor actually delivered on, and actually over-delivered, in my opinion, on the work that they do for the city. Great example. I just want to give them a shout out.
Thank you. I still don't have a motion, though, one way or the other. Any other comments on the? Okay. I'll accept the motion.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 6A through G and I and J.
I'll second.
So wait. Let me understand the motion.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I misspoke. I'll move, can I revise my motion?
Would you please read it again?
Yeah, I'll move to accept consent items A through D and F through H, sorry, J.
Jay, yeah.
Okay. So the only one we're not accepting is E.
Correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to that?
I will second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to discuss item 6E. And
Okay, my concern is still on the goal of reviving the Sister City program. And I know I brought it up last time, and I thought we asked for it to change, but I don't see that it's changed. I know we added a goal, which was traffic and parking, but I still had a fundamental disconnect with how we set this goal up in our session, which was way back in February, so we're being challenged to remember what we said we would do. But I'm going to read you my notes of what we said we would do, and I just want to challenge us to think, what is the outcome of reviving a relationship with the sister city? What does that produce for the residents or even the visitors? It feels like we haven't defined the outcome of what we want. My notes said for that particular community segment of the goals that we would focus on further developing Solvang brand, historic preservation of the city, and things that we would do to emphasize that, and civic commitment, more civic commitment to arts and events. I really genuinely did not capture Sister City and what it would do for us. And I'm just suggesting we revise that to be more definitive what outcome we're looking for.
Well, okay. I'm just saying, as a goal, the outcome of a sister city is really for just that: the branding, the extra communications. Here we're coming into the Olympics, having that sister city, and the communications and connections was my understanding of having that sister city relationship. Its priority is, let's pick a placeholder for it, but it was really more of a placeholder for those branding and outreach to our roots in Denmark. Really was my understanding of that request, or to be on as goal. Mr. Manager, have you any feedback that you can share with
Well, obviously, that is part of it. It's the culture, protecting the brand of Solvang, those kinds of things. Our takeaway after the last meeting was the 10 were good. We just needed to add the one about the transportation or the congestion. So that's why that stayed.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm still going to advocate that we reword it, because I think we can accomplish things, branding, cultural emphasis, historic preservation, but it's not dependent on us having a relationship with a sister city to do those things. So to me, the sister city is like a sub-bullet, or among the things tasks you would do or to pursue: historic preservation, cultural relevance, and brand preservation. If those would be the goals, that would be your goal statement, and then what you do would follow under that.
Well, if I may, the civic part of it, the civic connections with Denmark, we're sister city with Aalborg. We typically have exchange students from Denmark here. So understanding what it is that they are used to, or what they should be looking for here, and how we deal with those kids, I think is not a bad thing to have as a goal.
I hope it's not just semantics. What I'm saying is we can do that. Is the goal to have kids from Denmark come visit?
Well,
or
we
is the
send
goal
some of
to...
ours to them, too.
What's the goal statement? What's the objective?
Cultural connection. That's all I have. You're right.
I will chime in and say that, to foster cultural connection as a goal, that's very broad, but it's not specific. I'm going to advocate to keep that goal because, for one, it's already in motion, it's easy, specific, and it's a good way to foster that connection between Solvang and Aalborg, Denmark, or any city in Denmark, really. Right now, we have less than 10% first, second generation Danish Americans, so the heritage has definitely been lost. It's up to newer generations to keep that brand, and that's one very good way to do it, to have a real connection with Denmark.
So I'm going to echo back what you just said because I actually agree with it. But what I hear you saying is that we need to make investments to develop Solvang's commitment to the Danish cultural roots. That's a goal statement. Making a connection with a sister city is not the goal statement. It's a thing you do.
Well, yeah, as you said, it might be semantics, it might be nomenclature. I think at our goal session, this
I
is
guess
what
I
we
don't
came
want to
up
be
with.
in the spot where the
don't-
staff interprets it as the only thing they can do to develop our Danish roots and preserve them is to establish a relationship with a sister city.
Well, it's
And
not
if-
the only thing that they're doing, but
But it's the way we would measure. They will check mark that goal.
But they will
that's
check
how they will
mark
do
it. Exactly. If we just tell them here, foster Solvang's cultural heritage, they're going to go, great. But what do? We're back to square one. I think a concise goal is a good thing to have.
Mr. Murphy has a,
We understand the intent certainly behind it. It is more than just fostering that relationship. It is something we are actively working on. We're also talking with gentlemen from the Danish, I forget that, basically they oversee the water and wastewater treatment and production in Denmark. We were invited to go this year, but due to the current global situation, we opted out. That was intended to be renewed this next fiscal year. So those are the kinds of things that I see happening under this goal.
So agree. I guess I wouldn't want a dependency on something that we have to cancel because of conditions that are out of our hands. Perhaps we instead make, what if, I'm just going to throw out this wasn't discussed, but how do we encourage our local, heritage, the people who know these things that are down the street or, very close by, to create a cultural commission that encourage and foster the local and native perspective, not specific to Europe, but specific to right here, this location, and the families that built the city. Why can't we just put some energy there? It might be easier to do and less costly, and more achievable for staff. I'm just saying, it's just like we have identified one single thing, and I think it's short-sighted.
well, I think it's okay for goals to be bodacious, and they don't have to be so well defined that we're not touching other points. But I think that we're I don't know how we say, we're over-engineering this, quite honestly, with regards to our team and whatnot. I think the goal is to enhance our cultural relations and to and have those arts, those other items as part of that goal, including relations with the sister city. If it's a sister city aspect that is giving you angst, I don't know, but I think that's where we were in February, and I think that's where we're still here today. And so I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve item 6E, if there's a second.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 6E in the consent item. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
No.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
I know it probably sounds nitpicky. I'm saying no because I think it could be rewritten better, but it is.
Let's
Mayor
keep going.
Brown.
Let's keep going.
Sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Brown. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the goals were already adopted last meeting. This was just a receive and file of the already adopted goals.
Right. Okay, we have no public hearings, so we're going to move on to item 8A. Would you read that into the record, please?
Discussion and possible direction to negotiate a contract law enforcement services agreement with the City of Lompoc to be effective July 1, 2027.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to note that Lompoc Police Department Chief Kevin Martin is here in the audience with us tonight. This item is consistent and responsive to Goal 8 of the 2026-2028 adopted goals, which is evaluating the sheriff's contract for transparency, value, representation, and a clear return on investment. I want to begin by talking about what we're asking for and what we're not asking for tonight. Tonight's recommended action has two components. The primary track is to authorize staff to advance discussions with the City of Lompoc for provision of police services with a target date of July 1st, 2027. The second track runs simultaneously, authorizing staff to negotiate an option for a one-year extension with the existing Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office agreement as a contingency, and it's going to be exercised only if the Lompoc agreement cannot be finalized in time. We're not asking for the council to approve a new law enforcement agreement at this time. We're asking for direction to negotiate. And any agreement will come back to council for full approval. And this, having these two tracks helps us have a clear path and a safety net. And with that framing, I want to walk you through all the things that brought us to this point. The City of Solvang has contracted with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office for 41 years since it became a city in May 1st, 1985. We have never had any other law enforcement provider. Law enforcement is our single largest discretionary fund item in the general fund. When the city's largest expenditure is also its least accountable, a line item, then we have a problem that requires attention. Our estimated, so for 10 years, since 2015, the city paid, 10 years ago, the city paid $1.56 million for the sheriff's services. And when that budget amount was $1.8 million, Measure U was first envisioned. Now, the amount that's budgeted for the 2026-2027 year is $3.4 million. That's a 107% increase over 10 years for the same baseline services. The escalation has not been gradual and it has not been consistent. In fiscal year 21-22 saw a 19% single year increase. Fiscal year 23-24 saw a 23% jump. And this cost trajectory has accelerated. Over that same time, the city has experienced persistent concerns about service levels, inadequate traffic and code enforcement, limited accountability to city leadership, inconsistent statistical reporting, and unreliable event coverage. These concerns have been covered formally and informally through the contractual relationship, and they have not been adequately resolved. In the staff's view, the city is not receiving value commensurate with the cost of this contract. In 2021, there was a dispute which required formal mediation between the Sheriff's Office and the cities of Buellton, Carpinteria, and Goleta. So what does $3.4 million buy? The base contract provides one patrol post. That means one deputy car is assigned to Solvang 24/7. That's approximately 5.5 full-time equivalent deputies to account for vacation time, sick time, and training. This 5.5 figure was a subject of significant negotiation. The city's position was that the number should have been 5 or below. The sheriff's office insisted on including training hours and other non-productive time in the calculation of what it takes to staff one post, which drove the multiplier up and locked in structurally higher costs from the start. It also includes general traffic enforcement, accident investigation, parking control, and criminal investigations and emergency dispatch. Specialized units like SWAT, the bomb squad, are included at no extra charge, but only when the county deploys them on its own initiative. If the city requests them, then the city pays for it. Jail booking, custody, and coroner services are county obligations and are not billed to the city, regardless of which law enforcement provider we use. Anything additional, which is on the red side, in the red column, are called menu items, and the city does not have any. So the work that we have completed before tonight has included, so the city management has been actively looking at alternatives before even signing this last agreement. This recommendation reflects months of deliberate groundwork, and here's what has been done. Frequent discussions among city managers over the last 6 months culminated in a recent meeting with mayors and city managers of Lompoc, Solvang, and Buellton, along with city staff, and we met with Lompoc Police Chief Martin. All parties reached a conceptual agreement that a city-to-city arrangement is worth pursuing. There was no agreement reached. There was no commitment. No numbers were exchanged. But the conversation is real and serious. On the LAFCO side, the Santa Barbara County Local Agency Formation, their executive officer, Mike Prater, confirmed that there would likely be an exception from the LAFCO review, and this is because the city of Solvang and Buellton are already receiving law enforcement services through a sheriff's contract, and a different provider would simply be an alternate provider for the same services. He recommended that we involve LAFCO staff and begin and obtain written approval before finalizing a contract, but after council has approved an agreement. Our city attorney reviewed the existing sheriff's agreement and confirmed. Our city attorney reviewed the agreement and confirmed that no advance notice is needed ahead of the 365 written day notice, and the agreement only applies to early termination. Otherwise, it expires on its own term on June 30th without a notice obligation. Regarding the legal framework, California Government Code Section 55632 authorizes any local agency to contract with any other local agency for police protection. Cities are not required to share a common boundary. And if council moves forward tonight, this is what the path would look like. May through June of this year, the city attorney and Lompoc city attorney confirm the appropriate legal vehicle for the arrangement, and Lompoc confirms its operational capacity to staff the corridor arrangement, covering Solvang and Buellton. June through September, staff and the city attorney develop a term sheet covering service levels, staffing, cost methodology, liability, dispatch arrangements, and transition logistics. Buellton is pursuing a parallel council authorization on their end. Buellton's participation, which would be beneficial to the regional cost model for Lompoc, is not a requirement for Solvang to move forward independently. Solvang's ability, that's the same. In September 2026, Lompoc and Solvang councils would approve the agreement, and then LAFCO approval would be sought. And the sheriff's office would be formally informed that the contract will not be extended. October 26 through June 27, we would have transition activities. Officers would become familiar with Solvang. Equipment would get equipment, dispatch coordination, and necessary modifications to the police office space here in Solvang. Vehicle purchases and other startup costs would be budgeted for fiscal year 26-27. July 1st, 2027, Lompoc Police Department begins service. If for any reason the Lompoc agreement cannot be finalized in time, the backstop is there. There is an existing agreement. The existing agreement allows up to 3 years of 1 year up to 3 1-year extensions. So that's for the years 27, 28, 28, 29, and 29, 30. And this contingency that we're recommending tonight is to negotiate an option if for that first extension period only if needed. Regarding the budget, here's what we know and what we don't know yet. For fiscal year 26-27, our estimated law enforcement sheriff contract is 3.397, based on the figures provided by the sheriff's office, and it's still pending that the Deputy Sheriff's Association MOU is approved. In 27-28, when Lompoc services would begin, we don't yet have a cost estimate. Negotiations have not commenced, and we have asked for 3 figures. Apples to apples comparison, minimum staffing amount, and what could we get for the same price or cost as the sheriff's office agreement that we have in place right now. What we're recommending tonight is to include a line item in the fiscal year 27-28 budget titled Contract Law Enforcement Services, just as a placeholder to capture the related costs related to changeover of law enforcement providers, subject to amendment once an agreement is finalized. This keeps the budget accurate and transparent without predetermining the provider before council gives the direction. The full cost analysis, including staffing, administration, vehicles, insurance, overhead, and dispatch, will be presented to council before a final agreement is approved. And if you're wondering why the costs have gone up and why they've doubled is because of 5 structural drivers. First is the shift relief factor, which we previously discussed. Second is that every raise that deputies receive through the MOU flows directly into the city's bill, with the city not having a seat at the bargaining table. An 8.75% increase in indirect cost rate is applied to all, on top of all salaries, and the city does not pay this as a separate line item, but it's used to justify allocating the full cost of the department overhead for the contract cities. So basically that's, we pay for the contracts bureau that bills the city. The fourth, the Board of Supervisors directed full cost recovery in 2015, but it was not defined, and it's an ambiguous line item which has resolved in the sheriff's office favor. And there's a 3.5 overtime inflation factor included in the formula every year before actual overtime is known. So in short, costs have nearly doubled, but not because Solvang got more services. The recommendation tonight is on the screen. The direction authorizes just the beginning of negotiations, and it does not commit the city to any provider, and the final agreement will come back to this council. And I want to close by noting what's at the core of this decision. Public safety is the most fundamental service that a city provides. The council and residents deserve to know what the city is receiving, the level of service and accountability that reflects their investment, the investment being made. Tonight, we are asking for the authority to find out whether there is a better path. If negotiations reveal that the numbers do not work, or that the operational model is not right, we will tell you that. No agreement moves forward without council saying yes, and we believe that this exploration is the right thing to do for Solvang, and we're asking for your direction to pursue it. And that concludes staff report.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
I just wanted to add one thing for clarity. This request is not coming forward to you due to any service issues with the individuals performing law enforcement for the city of Solvang. It's strictly a value awareness, the idea being, as Olivia pointed out, that we don't believe we're getting what we're paying for. $3.4 million is a lot of money And that's what's driving this discussion and has driven the request. And as was pointed out, Chief Martin is in the audience, and he can certainly answer other questions. But the conversations that I've had with him have been quite frank. He understands where we're at. He assures me that we will get way more value than we're currently getting from the Sheriff's Department. And again, it's not due to any individual within the Sheriff's Department. It's just the way they've got it set up.
Thank you. I had a question real quick. Your negotiations are mutually exclusive to what Buellton does? Or is this, if they don't come along, does that preclude what we would do? So it's mutually exclusive?
Yeah, they're mutually exclusive.
We
So
hope to
we're-
make it collective, but it doesn't, it's not necessarily. They
Correct.
would have their own contract, as would we.
Correct. It would. It's similar to the way that the sheriff's contract is currently structured, where there's all the contract cities, but they all have an individual contract.
Okay.
But of course, the more we share resources, or it's going
Right,
to make
right.
the cost.
It's
It's going to spread the cost a little better.
It's more cost effective for Lompoc if both of them are in there
Sure.
as opposed to just one. I appreciate that. Because I was looking at at $250,000 a month, is what you said. You got 6,000 people, bodies in Solvang. That's $500 a year per person, regardless of age. So if a family of four, think of it as $2,000 for that family for law enforcement for that year. I'm not sure if I asked anybody out here, they perceive that value. I don't know. We're still buying Ring cameras and everything else, so I'd say no. But that's kind of why we're at this, initial exploratory committee and actions that we're taking for the staff. Any questions that our board has before I open it to public comment?
If I may, just a couple. So the current Solvang police car that actually says police on it belongs to us, or we don't get it, so we have to buy all new cars. We have to have them serviced someplace. Do we go to Lompoc to get them serviced? I can think of so many details that I'm not hearing.
We're starting to get in the
about
weeds there. I
opposites.
don't know if that's a point.
So that's what tonight is about, is allowing staff to be able to move forward on all of these questions and start looking at the details without getting too far ahead of council direction.
Is this on? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for your time, council, mayor, and the community and the staff. The city of Lompoc is of 43,000 people, and we've been providing law enforcement services in our community since the 1800s. And part of what we do is consider the wear and tear on the vehicles. So we have our own fleet services. So we would include that in the contract with you, that when those vehicles need to be serviced at the fair cost value of that, then we would make sure that they were serviced and kept up to date. Many times vehicles are unfortunately involved in an accident, and before we put them back out on the street, they have to be serviced and made sure that they're qualified to be out there. So we have true faith in our fleet team. They do a great job. They keep the units on the streets 24/7, and all that would be a part of the contract for you guys.
It also includes, I presume, using the Lompoc jail?
It would also include that as well.
I can think of a dozen different things that are all going to have to be part of this. And the staff's going to have to come up and talk. Well, we're going to talk to you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We have to come up with some of these questions and answers. For instance, okay, we hire a couple of people for crossing guards when we have intense weekends of visitors. Are we going to be able to use the police department to do that instead?
My recommendation
Please.
is it's much cheaper to hire somebody at a lesser paid dollar value to do crossing guard than a police officer salary, right? It would make sense to bring somebody else in that knows how to do that, but isn't paid at the level of a police officer.
Good point.
Well, they also have an Explorer program that may have those resources. So, because we're talking special events type of thing. So I'm sorry to answer that for you, but
No, it's fine.
that might be an alternative. Any other questions? Otherwise, Mr. Murphy?
I just, for purposes of comparison, Chief Martin, your staff and the PD, sworn and non-sworn, and how many people?
Currently, I have, excuse me, I'm funded for 51 sworn police officers, and I have 25 professional staff.
And what's your annual budget?
I have a 2-year budget of just under 18 million, so 9 million a year to run that department.
So
3 for 1.
comparatively,
We're paying 3 for 1.
we get one. Obviously, even if you add the full FTEs, cost comparison, there's no comparison. So comparatively, I mean, we could have a third of his department working in the city of Solvang for the same money.
Okay, that pencils, but I want to make sure we do due diligence and we get to Mark's point, we go through the details to make sure we know we're getting either equivalent or improved service. It sounds like we will. I think my main concern with where we are today is not just cost, but there's, lack of data. There's no apparent innovation. There's no efficiency. They're just, with the cost increase, we should see efficiency or innovation, and we're just not.
Well, what I would encourage you all to do is to go to the police department's website. There is a link to our annual report. Part of our service to this community would be an annual report with everything that we handled, what we did, calls for service, citations, vehicles towed. It's all there for you to view and do your research. We also, a metric for seeing if we are doing what we're supposed to be doing is every 30 days I get what we call a comp stat report from my staff, a computer statistics report. And that will show you your monthly numbers as well as your annual numbers and whether we're up or down based on crimes in the community.
Okay, so I failed to mention one other thing we're not getting, which is transparency. And you just answered that in spades. So, I mean, already it sounds like we're going to just be able to understand very quickly what we would get for our share.
The one last question I'd ask staff, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to open it up. But
The one last question I would ask staff is, understanding that we haven't yet negotiated an annual price, what is the startup price? Because if we have to buy vehicles and he has to train people and we've got to do tow trucks, I don't know, whatever you need to have, what is that startup cost? And that's something that I think we'll need to look at when you get there.
We don't know that yet. That'll be part of the conversation we have with the chief. I'm anticipating a minimum of $500,000
I would think so.
for vehicles, for modifying the building across the street that's currently not being used, for purchasing equipment. It needs, to hire and train several officers, and those costs would it be incurred? I don't know if you want to come up and answer any more of that, Chief, but
Yeah, to be able to do this, I would have to get recruiting and hiring going pretty quick. So that's why my staff at the city and the city staff are working hard to get you a proposal put together once my council currently gives me the approval to move forward with that. We are going to meet all the requested options, but nothing against the sheriff's department. They're great men and women in that sheriff's department. I love working with them all the time, but this is really about cost. We will have all those numbers put together so you can make an educated decision for your community as to how you want to proceed forward in the future. But the most difficult part we'll have is getting the staff hired based on what numbers we agree upon.
Yeah, I would think so.
But I have no problem getting people to work for me right now. We're almost fully staffed. I just had one officer get off of the field training officer program today. I have 3 ready to go to the academy in a few weeks, and I got 2 graduating. So we're getting people applying for us left and right, and what a great community to work in, Solvang. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. It's just timing and how we do it.
Well, I was just going to say, you mentioned it because I was going to, is transparency, and it's good to hear that you've got the tools and resources to give us that information, because I feel like we've not had that over the last few years. And I have a lot of questions, but I think that if if Council Member Infante and I keep asking him, we're spinning wheels because we need you to do the research and look into it and then come back to us and let us know what the numbers are.
Well, my goal would be that I would have a lieutenant out here that would be available to staff and council when you needed it, and that if I couldn't be here for you at the council meetings, that they would represent me, and every month they would have a comp stat report for you, so you know how the community is moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I don't have any signed slips. Are there anybody in the room or on Zoom? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Mr. Murphy has another.
I just want to point out a couple of the council have an appointment with me on Friday to visit the facility in Lompoc. Mindful of the Brown Act, we can't all go together, but I can take two of you, and like I said, we have an arrangement on Friday. I'll be in contact with the remainder of you if you wish to view the facility in Lompoc. It's quite impressive. I saw it a few months ago, and there's been additional improvements since I was there. So it's an exciting time. But just to help frame in your mind what we're potentially buying, I think it's good to tour the facility.
Yeah, let's keep in mind this is exploratory, and we're just trying to see, is it worth staff time to pursue it? So that's our item that we're trying to overcome right now in our outcome. Right. So, but I do see that the staff would like a motion in that regard. I think I see one in the staff report.
Did we close public?
Hey. Anyway, if
You need a motion?
if you see it
Or
on
did we close public comment?
we did. We
Okay.
did close that. And is there any
So
other?
I'll move that we direct staff to advance the discussions with the City of Lompoc for the provision of police services and engage in negotiations with SBSO for an option for a one-year extension.
And I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to move forward with with staff recommendations and exploration of this. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Councilmember Claudia Roma.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. We're moving on to item 8B. Would you read that into the record, please?
Land use and zoning discussion for Mission Santa Ynez TUP for live entertainment and fees discussion.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. So this issue was brought originally to the City Council on January 26th of this year. And at that time, we took public comment as well as questions from the council. And it was asked that we return at a later date with additional information after we met with Mission staff. So City staff did meet with Mission Santa Ynez staff on May 2nd to discuss the underlying land use, zoning, and temporary use permit issues that were on the site. And after that meeting, which was an extremely productive meeting, they didn't have any questions, and we walked through what the potential is in terms of the existing uses, current, and potential future. From that meeting, and based on that meeting and based on our original staff report, we are recommending that no changes be made to the land use and underlying zoning as it meets Mission Santa Ynez's current and future needs based on allowed uses and the underlying definition of uses on the site between both the public institutional and the open space zoning. The second portion of the staff report had to do with live entertainment and TUP, or temporary use permit. So this was, again, an issue brought up initially in January. A temporary use permit allows for private property to host short-term temporary activities. TUPs allows for businesses to host live music when it's not the main business, but what's considered an ancillary use. So case in point, Lost Chords is a live music venue that has a conditional use permit, and same with the Theater Fest. So those are two examples within our downtown and the village core that has a conditional use permit, and those are their primary uses. So the city staff had created the temporary use permit back as a part of its overall zoning ordinance overhaul in 2024, and when implemented in 2025 to address businesses' need to do live music and live entertainment, because at the time it was required a conditional use permit, which was enacted by the council back in 2021. And it was also, upon staff's review, the CUP was an expensive option. It typically ran about $3,000, and it was up to the Planning Commission to make a decision, as well as there was an uneven enforcement of requirements. So some businesses knew about the CUP requirements, some didn't. And so, again, we had a host of issues in terms of implementation for the CUP. A temporary use permit does cost $200, and it takes approximately 1 to 10 business days to process. It is a misnomer out there. Some people have, in social media and other comments, have said it's per event. It's actually not. It's per year, and it can cover multiple events and multiple dates. As you can also amend the TUP at no charge if you need to add dates, drop dates, etc. And again, the CUP still required if live entertainment is the primary use. City staff is currently processing an application for the Alisal Cellars on Alisal Road to be a nightclub, and so that's their primary use. So therefore, they are required to get a CUP. So we took in the comments into consideration from the January meeting from both the City Council as well as residents' comments. We put a pause into sort of enforcement of the TUP until this meeting we get direction on. But we also did a little bit more digging in terms of, why, what was the original cause for the conditional use permit back in 2021. And noise was the primary issue. Actually, competing wineries was the primary issue, between one being one loud and one being the other. So it was decided to do a CUP to kibosh it all. But when we look back at really our noise ordinance, the city adopted its noise ordinance back in 2009 based on Santa Barbara County's noise ordinance. As a matter of fact, word for word. Nothing amended for the city, no exceptions, a complete word for word verbatim adoption of the county ordinance. That county ordinance is subjective with limited flexibility for businesses in our tourist-based economy. And what I mean by subjective, it's based on the term nuisance. So what's a nuisance to you may not necessarily be a nuisance to me. I consider noisy music past 11:30 midnight to be a nuisance. Some people consider it past 10. It's just all really subjective. There's strict time limits for construction noise, and actually who can and cannot do work on the weekends based on a noise level. A great example is our noise ordinance does not allow weekend work, period, whatsoever. And interesting enough, our work hours does allow for it, but it also allows for it to be done in the village on weekends and only if they're an owner builder. So it's really odd because that owner builder doesn't really exist these days. It exists way back in the day when people would roll up their sleeves and get something done. But nowadays, most people use contractors, and so and then there are no clear standards for typical property maintenance. As an example of that is there's no exception in our noise ordinance for when our trash pickup can be done. We get calls about quarterly about trash time, about coming at 6:30, 7 o'clock. Most municipalities exempt that. Another good example is basic yard maintenance. Most municipalities say that thou shalt not start a leaf blower until 7 o'clock in the morning. Ours is completely silent, doesn't exist. So when someone does have a complaint towards that, we basically say there's nothing in the code to prevent that. So again, many jurisdictions have moved towards more measurable noise limits, utilizing tools at their disposal. And those tools include noise meters, which we actually do have one on staff, and it's based on a decibel level, et cetera. So knowing all this as a background, understanding that the birth of the TUP was done at a staff level decision to help and facilitate our businesses to maintain sort of this quasi ability to have live music while it's not their primary use. We have heard from our business community in terms of it being expensive, although I will note that other businesses have received these TUPs. And we do process them, we do review them to make sure that they meet their fire clearances and just sort of get an idea of what they're doing. We are presenting a couple options for the TUP this evening for live entertainment. The first option is keep the TUP process as is. So again, it's $200 a year. We review it just to make sure you hit your occupancy. We run it by our fire department, make sure everything's okay. We sometimes run it by our sheriff's department with no response, and so we just assume they're okay with it. But typically in that relationship, when you do have a responsive police department, they do provide comments in terms of enforcing noise, et cetera. So option one is keep it as is, which means would require a TUP. Noise ordinance would be enforced the way it's written today. So that kills basically live entertainment at 10 o'clock for the downtown. The second one is to allow for live entertainment by right. So what that means is you would direct city staff to modify zoning definitions. And so that would basically say that a restaurant use would be able to have live music as an ancillary use based upon their ABC license. And the noise ordinance would remain unchanged. So what that effectively would do is kill the TUP program for live entertainment because it would make it just considered an allowed use, and we would modify as required through the zoning ordinance to allow that as an ancillary use and therefore drop the $200 requirement per year for these TUPs for live entertainment. The third one is sort of the heavy lift one, but it also provides the most clarity, and that's update both the noise ordinance and allow for live entertainment. So what this would do is modernize our noise standards, bring those things I've mentioned, such as maintenance and other items to be covered, modernize it, streamline it based on decibels, and also really take a look at our noise ordinance based on what our actual economic needs are. And that is an understanding that the village, we want it to function past 5 o'clock. I know that there's been a gripe, a lot of folks, including myself at times, there's nothing to do at 5 o'clock. When I have my friends or relatives ask, what is there to do in Solvang past 5? For some of them, I can tell them where they can go for a winery to hit up or a bar. Others have a nice night in. And so, but that's a good change of pace for them. But again, it's understanding that there are businesses that do go past 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock and really start making a noise ordinance that fits the city versus just making a copycat of the county's ordinance. But again, this is the heaviest lift because this would require both an amendment for the noise ordinance as well as our land use definitions to allow it by right, but those would work simultaneously. And we would suspend the TUP program indefinitely until this comes back to you. So those are your three options for the TUP to move forward. Finally, as a part of that January meeting, we briefly touched on TUP vendor fees. So a TUP event organizer, someone who does a peddler's fair or a maker's market, et cetera, they're required to ensure all vendors have valid business certificates. While those business certificates are not issued by the Community Development Department, we do work in unison with Administrative Services. So a business cert is $125 for a new business cert, $65 for renewal. This past summer, we added the ability for those TUP event organizers on private property to collect $50 per vendor if they don't have a city business certificate, very similar to special events. So again, the primary difference between special events is special events take place on city property, with either the right-of-way, parks, et cetera. TUP takes place on private property. So sort of to keep in line with the $50 event fee, we made that ability for our event organizers to use that instead. And this has worked so far except for one organizer. So again, an example that you can direct staff to either keep the $50 system or go to an established tiered system, which would be for private events only and not for special events. But that tiered system would look at maybe 1 to 15 1 to 15 vendors, you get one price, and then a lower price at 16 to 29, and then an even lower price at 30 or more. So again, those are the sort of, that is an option that's available for the TUP vendor fees. So I know it's a lot of information, but again, we presented a lot of this back in January, and I'm just going to open it up to the City Council for questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question. What's the rationale behind charging the $50 per vendor for that participate in special events?
So the rationale is that they, a business, they're doing business here in the city. So if you're brick and mortar, you have to have a business cert. It's the same rationale as, but it's a one-off. So if you're doing more, say you do 3 of these events, that's $150. So it makes more sense to just do the business cert and do the one-time 125 and then get the annual renewal, which is way cheaper. But essentially, it's collecting a fee because you are doing business in the city of Solvang.
Okay, so, and we collect a fee. What does the fee cover?
The business cert fee?
I mean, I know it covers, you know, the registration of the business or whatever, but.
I'll let Randy handle that one.
Yeah.
Well, all fees are designed, the fee that is charged covers the staff time associated with performing those services. So in the case of a business certificate, the higher amount is because the first time you need to set everything up, and then the renewal is about half of what the one time or first time fee is. The vendor fee that's charged in these peddler fairs and things like that, as pointed out, many of these are one time, you know, and so it was determined that, and because of the higher level of and responsibility of the event organizer, the amount of staff time is reduced. So it was an ability or a desire to help make it more affordable for these people that come in usually just once a year. And as Raphael pointed out, if they're doing it more than twice, it makes sense for them just to get a regular business certificate, because that's the choice. You either have a business certificate or you pay the vendor fee. So, and as Raphael also pointed out, we've done this a handful of times, and only one of the event organizers has had an issue with it. So for the most part, we even charge it for the Makers Market, the Christmas event that we have. And in that situation, it's per week. It's not for the whole period of time. So these individuals that are performing at the Makers Market at Christmas at the Yule Fest pay the $50 per event, and that's where the fee came from for the TUP for these private events. Is because be consistent with that fee.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the $50 seems like it's not proportionate to, you know, how the length of time they're doing business in the city, right, relative to what an annual fee would cost. So it feels like you're penalizing or you're discouraging these types of vendors based on the fee cost alone. And I didn't hear an answer that said, you're really just covering your costs. Do we really know what our costs are to process that application?
And that was part of the fee study that was done a year ago.
So is the answer yes or no? $50?
I have to assume the study person that did the study, that's what they analyzed, was it's only supposed to cover the cost of providing the service.
I just wonder if, so I like the idea of tiering, because I just remember the one public commenter who came in and said, you know, even the $125 for a cottage industry, which we qualify, you know, a vendor, a street vendor, or a, what are we calling these folks? The market vendor. I think they are looking to, their business model is to keep their costs extremely thin. And their tolerance for something like a $50 fee or a $125 fee doesn't take that into consideration. Their tolerance is probably extremely low. So what are we doing if we want to encourage economically that type of participation in city events? What have we given them a proportionate entree, a welcome mat, if you will, to come in and participate in Solvang's business model? It doesn't feel proportionate at all.
The vendors that are one time or 3 times done there, they pay sales tax on all the items that
They're supposed to.
Who would collect that? Would it be
That's
the
kind of an honor system. We don't have
Well, how do we know?
Well,
we don't
but
have
the same- but
we
the
don't
same's
have a
true for-
legal obligation to collect it. They're supposed to report it and pay it, but you know,
We don't. Actually, here's an idea. That's a thought. What if for the cottage, let's call it the cottage class, because I would, maybe group in I can't remember the lady who came in, but said, she sells some wares out of her house, it's arts and crafts, and it does supplemental income, but she couldn't really afford a business license. But what if that class of business owners was willing to pay even a reduced fee, let's throw out a number, $35 per year, but they were willing to show us their annual revenues, and we knew they were in that class. Like that kind of a vendor might be willing to show us that, but it just says, "Hey, I'm not competing with the rest of the VMU businesses, but Solvang, do you want me to do business here? And I will report not just my revenues but my taxes." And
Well,
that might be a model that.
I think you just increase the staff time to go start looking at all these revenues and what taxes they do. And the $35 won't cover it.
50. Yeah, I wish he was here to tell us if that would be feasible.
The feedback I get mostly is that a lot of the pop-ups that they have for the different things, most of the businesses in town kind of consider them like gypsies. They don't pay rent. They don't have a overhead that the locals have. They're here and gone in a heartbeat. And so it's a fine line here. We appreciate the artistic smorgasbord, being Danish, I'll say smorgasbord, of items, but it's also competitive. It's a lot of people compare it to the food trucks that show up, and now how the restaurants might complain about that vendor or that competition not being equal. But Madam
I was just going to
Attorney,
say that I think we're getting a little bit into deliberation. So if we do have questions for staff, and then want to make sure we don't forget about public comment.
will do.
I do have a question for staff. How many of the TUPs do we have out there for live music? Like how many?
We have over 20 so far, and they're mainly a lot of the wineries that just have paid it, and then we've held off on a couple of renewals or sending out renewal letters until we get a decision here. So again, we have active participants that have just paid the fee and off they go. But as mentioned, we have had a couple business owners, balk at the fee, and that's rightfully so. But ultimately, again, city staff attempted to find a solution, and I'll be the first to fault myself for putting a poor ability to get the word out on why, and vetting it a little bit further. And instead, it was just a solution done on our end to help the business, but clearly for some, it's not, has not helped at all.
So if we, sorry.
I just follow up if you don't mind. I just want to know how many complaints have you had about any of those 20 TUPs, like noise or, I mean, I don't know if you can give a ballpark.
We have had no lodge complaints, but we have heard a few of them, and I won't provide names, where we can clearly hear the activities that are going on across the street. We have had a couple instances where a few of our bars that are open way later than they should be based on what they're not having a CUP. We've had complaints in the past from visitors in hotels due to noise. So that has occurred under at least Randy and I's watch. So, but they're few and far between.
If we have 20 TUPs for live music entertainment and we choose option 2 today, what would we do would we refund those
We would
fees?
we would expire the one they would expire the ones that have been applied for. Those would be expired. We'd put a hold on any code enforcement until that change happens, and we would just move forward from there.
Going back to, how's this affect the mission land or the zoning there
So
as it relates to TUP or?
Back in January, City Council had asked this was originally brought forth in January due to a resident requesting the underlying land use and zoning be back to it, rezoned back to its original reservation / public or / institutional zone, which no longer exists under the general plan, our existing one. And there was a misunderstanding in terms of if they rezoned the property, then the TUPs would go away. But again, the TUPs are there to regulate private events. As far as the mission's concerned, their events on property that are connected to the parish do not require temporary use permits because it's connected in conjunction with the church.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment. I have Lisa Mesa for 8B. We're on 8B.
It's me.
Thank you, Lisa.
You could say Mesa or Mesa.
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Mesa, and my husband Alfred and I are Solvang residents and business owners of the Good Life Craft Beer and Wine Cellar. Thank you for the opportunity to follow up on our ongoing discussion regarding the temporary use permit and the associated fee requirements for hosting live music. As a small business owner here in Solvang for the past 14 years, I urge this council to eliminate the TUP and fee requirements for live entertainment. Currently, these regulations impose a financial burden on small downtown businesses. We're operating in an incredibly challenging economic climate, yet many of us choose to stay open late, energizing the downtown corridor and hosting live music. We do this at great personal and financial cost. It's not a massive revenue generator. Rather, it is a service we provide to enhance the vibrancy of Solvang for visitors and locals alike. The current permit and fee structure simply isn't justified. It serves no structural purpose other than to create bureaucratic hurdles and penalize businesses that are actively trying to keep our town alive and welcoming after 5 p.m. Furthermore, this isn't just about businesses. It's about our cultural community. By hosting these events, we're directly supporting local musicians who are struggling to live their dream, making a living and performing their art. When the city taxes and regulates these performances out of existence, it's the local artists who suffer first. And I want to be very clear that we want to be good, responsible, and respectful neighbors. We completely understand and respect the importance of designated quiet hours. And instead of an arbitrary, burdensome permitting system that stifles culture, the solution lies in updating and enforcing a clear and modern city noise ordinance. Let's regulate the impact of the sound responsibly rather than charge a fee for the mere privilege of having it. Please, let's remove this unnecessary barrier, support our local economy, lift up our musicians, and work together on a balanced noise ordinance that protects our neighbors while allowing Solvang to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Alamine.
Hi, I'm Denise Elamine. I'm just confused. Again, I'm going to say that, I have less than common sense. So I don't know as much as you guys do because you have common sense. When it said the land use and zoning discussion for the mission at Santa Ynez, I'm thinking it's the mission, and the lot 72 is contiguous with that mission. So I was thinking that if you do the TUP live entertainment, are we talking about paving lot 72 and making something back there it just didn't give enough information for me there. On the live entertainment, we talked about 2 hours ago about our sisters with Denmark, and now we're going to talk about our, I don't know, our jazz musicians, our sisters with New Orleans, I guess, because now we want live music and we want loud music and we want drinking and dancing, I guess. So I'm kind of confused. Are we trying to do Denmark or are we going to try to do New Orleans? We really need to stick with one. I'm a resident here. I'm kind of old. I'm past the jazz thing and the dancing and everything. And I'm kind of getting tired of more and more traffic downtown. And I thought we had the park. That's live music. Is that not enough? I'm not understanding why we need more and more live entertainment in Solvang. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience or on Zoom that wishes to chime in on this? Okay. I had a question for you, for staff. What's the typical, I said, for the wineries and the people that have the TUPs now, what's the typical occupancy maximum for these
It's actually
facilities?
completely dependent on their space. It's totally driven on the size of the space.
Yeah, because I know it's for their patrons and whatnot for the most part, and but at some point it becomes commercial and not so much a customer, for lack of a better word, a customer service type of thing. It becomes more commercial. Depending upon the size and the number of people that want to attend the music event.
It is clear that at least the way it's defined today is if you're charging a fee. So that's a big one, is if you're charging a fee.
For attendance.
Yes, correct. You tip all you want, but and most of them, most of the wineries either pay or don't pay the musician to be there. Some do, some don't. But really, that our definition is if you have to pay to get in through the door, that's when you start to tip over.
Let me go to another scenario then. If if they've, let's say they pay or don't pay, but let's say that they're paid and they have a TUP for this, and their capacity then is overrun. Is that what's the safety aspect of this when they're beyond capacity?
So the safety aspect is twofold. One is, as part of the regulations of the TUP, the fire department can shut that down pretty quickly if it gets spilled over. I mean, that's a fire life safety hazard, and it's also a condition of their TUP is they don't exceed the occupancy that's listed. To be honest, most of the times they don't. These are musicians that are there to play. Some people go to obviously visit them if they follow them, but most of the time they're patrons and they just go and they happen to have live music and it's, hey, cool, live music. I like what he's playing. I'll sit around and have another glass of wine, or I'll sit around and have another soda if you're designated driver. That's really the mechanism here. It's not a, for most of these businesses, it is sort of this ancillary thing that is happening.
Whether it's a paid event or a free event is really the distinction.
The distinction just comes down to is occupancy and yes, as you said, paid event or non-paid. Once you're in the paid event arena, you're really, that's live entertainment, CUP zone, and which we have lowered the fee for that, by the way. So there is a lower fee now because the fee that was when examined, and as the city managers mentioned, we're only supposed to charge a fee of what we extinguish time for, and that one was just really out there.
Mr. Murphy, you were trying to make a comment.
I just wanted to comment. and I've made this statement before. Most rules, codes, we just had the second reading of a code tonight in the consent calendar that was driven by the misbehavior of one person. So many codes, rules, laws are driven by trying to solve a problem. As Raphael pointed out in his presentation, we don't know the circumstances around why our forefathers, foremothers, went through the process of adding this particular code. But the fact remains it was there for a reason. Part of what we do when we issue the TUP is to review the situation of each of the individual sites. I don't think you have to go too far back in history. I think just this last New Year's Eve of an event, I believe it was in Switzerland, where a fire happened, where they were being careless with sparklers. There's a nightclub in New Hampshire, someplace about 20 years ago, several people died because the place had put foam rubber on the walls to help dampen the sound. So there's a reason for this code. $200 a year, if you break it down, is $4 a week if you do something every weekend. And if you do it 4 days a week, it's $1 a day. So I just want to put that in perspective. There's a reason for the code. We don't necessarily know why. Most of our merchants are paying it, albeit probably reluctantly. But I just want to, again, make it clear that it's not cost prohibitive at $1 a day.
I'm sorry.
ahead.
I wanted to ask another question. So what? Maybe I have not read it thoroughly, but if there is a violation of noise at ABC Wine Bar or ABC Bar, what do we do on the other end? If there's complaints, do we fine them? Do we send a letter? Do we?
It goes through a typical code complaint process, which is review, see if there's any police report, obtain police report, and then issue a letter and let them know, remind them what their operating hours in terms of noise would need to be. And if it becomes another issue and another call out, then it becomes another letter. And then once the third one comes out, then if no change behavior has been completed, well, that's when the fines start. But again, our noise ordinance code is based on nuisance, which again is a definition that's up to the eye of the beholder, versus if you were to go a decibel approach, if you're looking at changing the noise ordinance, there's a clear threshold. You go out there and you have a noise meter, and if it reads past a decibel, hey, that's a violation. And again, depending on how things are set up, it could be an instantaneous fine, or it goes through the code process like we normally do. But at least it's documented that the noise level is beyond the reach of a certain decibel level.
Is it possible, I'm reading the option 3, and it says allow live entertainment as a secondary use without a TUP. Could that be modified to say so long as they're not paid or entrance type of thing? Because if they're doing an entrance aspect of it, if they're charging, it's now a business. It's not an ancillary item.
And that's already in the code today, and so we just make sure it all aligns, but that would be an option. Most certainly you can provide direction to staff to ensure that that is explicitly in there if option 3 were chosen. Or even if option 2 were chosen, it'd be the same thing.
Yeah, I would be careful because, again, codes are written not for the 99% of people that are pleasant or understanding. They're written for the 1% that doesn't care. Under that, I'm going to give you an example. There's no pay to charge. The local punk band, Up Your Guts, loves to play in very unconventional places, and they would love to play for free. So, again, some people might think it's the coolest thing in the world, and some people might think it's a nuisance. And while, I'm not a fan of extra bureaucratic processes and fees, you do need some type of way to regulate that kind of thing, or at least address it?
Well, I think the ordinance of noise would regulate that more so than what you're thinking from a nuisance perspective and the general capacity of the facility event. But I don't know. I'm trying to throw out different scenarios in my
I
head
think-
and put them out there and see if there's
I think you're onto something,
Right, yeah.
Dave. So I think temporary use permit seems to have a function, but we are listening to the business community who's reacted to the cost associated with live music, and live music has become a requirement for many restaurants and wineries, in particular at night, to encourage, more patronage. So it's not. I think we want to be careful that we don't create noisy neighborhoods, or I think about wineries. There's multiple wineries in one particular courtyard. If they all had live music at the same time, that would be crazy. So yes, we should find a way to enforce and regulate, but that seems to be possible through the noise ordinance. And maybe we add a layer to that when it's outside as opposed to inside. Did we consider that?
Our current existing ordinance doesn't make a differential between the two.
So we should.
It most certainly should.
We should, because I can think of a few scenarios where that's going to be contentious, perhaps. But I think we're onto something in the hybrid solution where we're giving an economic deference to live entertainment because we acknowledge it's important, especially to keep the wineries uplifted. We have the noise ordinance to govern, to make sure it doesn't run away into something that is a disturbance, especially if it's outdoors. We need to add that layer. And if we still feel strongly that there needs to be some layer of governance, maybe we reduce the fee because we have heard that economically these restaurants and wineries need a market design that helps them economically. So I'm in favor of giving live music a by right status, keeping the noise ordinance, adding an outdoor layer. And the only thing I would change in this option 3 is I don't think I would expand construction hours. I don't think we need to do that. I think we keep the construction hours as is.
Well,
I don't hear that as something we need to address.
It would come back with options very similar to what we've done with short-term rentals and the sign ordinances. We would craft something and then bring it up, because I think I look at it, at least from my end, I get it both ways. For construction noise, I get it from the resident's standpoint of not hearing anything, but then I hear it from the contractor standpoint of we can't finish our project fast enough because our noise ordinance is so stringent. And we just happen to be an outlier in the noise ordinance for construction comparative to municipalities around the coast. We are really an outlier. But that's another issue for another day. With that being said, that, again, directing city staff to come back with options for the noise ordinance would be a perfectly sound direction. Because again, as a part of looking back at the noise ordinance, we also need to take a look at it from our perspective of we're kind of being forced at this point to do infill development, particularly residential uses. And as we get more entitlement residential uses, we really need to look at it. I know we have one project for the Planning Commission teed up for June, and there's a draft condition that's in there that states that we want the landlord to provide their tenants disclosure notice that they are renting in a mixed-use, building, which means that there will be uses that may or may not be allowed during business hours. And so
I have a sensitivity to that. If you've saved up your money and you're coming to stay in Solvang for a weekend, and there's construction, loud equipment on your Saturday and Sunday, that is not okay.
We're not talking construction. We're just talking regular, just again, you're a tenant and you're moving. We're not talking construction. We're just talking regular operation hours, and so these are considerations that would need to be
the sentence does say limited weekend work, allow limited weekend work.
right. And again, those would be options we'd bring back based
Okay,
on the
fair
direction.
enough.
So,
Let's bring that particular
but I do
item
hear
back.
you.
I just want to say one more thing, and then I would say leave TUP in place, eliminate the requirement for live entertainment.
And so you want option 3?
I would,
Modified slightly.
I'd modify it. But you said for free entertainment. So what about paid entertainment?
Well, paid entertainment, I think, falls under CUP. That's what I understood, right? So if it's paid entertainment, it's in its own class, and they need CUP.
If it's already accounted for. Yeah.
But your comment, Madam Councilmember Arona, I think clarifies that the TUP as a permit would still exist, but
Yes.
just not be, you wouldn't need to get one for live entertainment.
That's what I'm
So-
saying, yes.
It would be a
When we say
CUP.
eliminate the
It would be a
TUP.
CUP for live entertainment that's paid.
I'm saying that the temporary use permit is used to approve a lot of temporary uses, and so that as a permit type would still exist in the zoning code, but the direction we're asking is whether you want to still require a temporary use permit for live music that doesn't have a cover charge.
Right.
Yeah, like,
But-
let's say they do a festival down Copenhagen, and they want like 2 bands of live music on either side. TUP would be the vehicle for that.
What about soloists that want to play the violin on a sidewalk?
Oh, that's a matter completely different from a TUP.
I understand
And-
that, but it's free music is what I'm saying. It's
And
free
it's
music, and it's within the noise ordinance. What's the story there?
We're working on a busking ordinance. It's in the queue.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, we've identified that already as an issue, so we are working on that. But that is a completely different subset altogether.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I think that staff would like a motion for direction.
Yeah. So just to clarify, it sounds like
I'll make the
option
motion.
3.
I'll make the motion if you,
And then we
Yeah.
also, so there are 3 items that we need to cover. So we'll go one by one. First is recommending to leave Mission San Ynez zoning and land use as it is today.
Yeah.
You want this all in one motion, or you want?
Just the first direction is direct staff to just let it be.
I think
Yeah,
we'll agree
no,
with that.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Second one would be the live entertainment. We've provided 3 options, so I'll turn it to council on those 3 options.
so I'm making the motion to go with a modified option 3, where we would still keep the TUP for all uses other than live music. We would update the noise ordinance and include a layer for outside versus inside live music.
Correct. So we would bring something back, again, very similar to the short-term rentals, where we do a draft ordinance for you, and then we give a couple options of decision points, and then
Right, and then you'll bring back options on the construction.
that would all be
For-
included as
okay.
one comprehensive change, because it would affect a couple sections, and we'd bring it all as one. And then at that point, we'll bring a couple other changes that need to be done in the municipal code that have been directed by this council over the last year.
Okay, and are we doing anything regarding noise level, something objective?
We would include that as a part of the noise ordinance revisions, but it sounds like option 3 is what's being directed of staff to do. And I do want to be on the record that we will pause TUP enforcement at this point until that ordinance gets brought to you.
It was a motion, so if we want to do it with a formal motion, we have a motion on the table.
Thank you, Chair.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve option, or have staff move forward with option 3. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the last item, the direction is for the vendor fee. So again, we have a $50 vendor fee. It's usually one time, or direct staff to explore a tiered vendor fee for private events.
I can't imagine anything in the city costing less than $50 to cover on process. I understand how it's cost prohibitive if you are an artisan, but on the other side, you do have businesses that pay local fees and business licenses and insurance and all the things that it involves to operate a brick and mortar. So if you compare that to somebody that benefits from word of mouth and foot traffic in Solvang for one day, I don't think $50 is, I don't think it's unreasonable.
I just have a question. Was in your idea for a tiered structure, would the lowest tier be below 50? You didn't specify what the cost would be.
Yeah, we didn't specify because we would have to get direction to explore it, and then it would come back to the council.
I guess the other way of asking the question, is there a floor to our costs?
Would eventually be one, simply because, again, we're expending staff time to process.
You can always charge a fee that's less. You don't have to recover 100% of your costs. with the
Exactly.
fee. So that would be a policy decision. If you directed us to bring that back, you could, at that point decide to have a reduced.
It does introduce more administration effort to manage tiering, I would think.
I think so. There again, it's a enforcement issue. If they're 16 instead of 15, and that's a cutoff, I mean, how much? It's always an enforcement issue for all this stuff.
It is, and like I said, everyone that's done the peddler fairs, we've only had one that's really balked at the fee. The others, we've actually, allowed them to, give us a list, and they collect them, and if a couple stragglers, they collect it the day of, and they give it to us the next business day. So again, it's worked fairly well, utilizing now the $50 fee, but we just have the one vendor that is not really organizer that has not been a fan of that.
Just I think it's worth noting that we're talking about TUP fees, and Buellton has a special event fee that's $100. It's not $125. Just if we're considering economic development, cost coverage, but also are we encouraging business and being competitive, I think that one is a benchmark for us we should pay attention to.
And I agree, and I think the TUP with live entertainment now being directed to be folded into the zoning ordinance, where you are going to see a drop in terms of TUP applications and really just go back down to the one-off, a sidewalk sale or a peddler fair, et cetera, and that's all we'll really see.
When does it become a special event versus?
When it's on public property.
Public property.
100% public property.
Otherwise, it's TUP.
Correct.
Okay. And what would be the fee for a special event? Is it competitive to what?
Depends on how big the event
Parks,
is.
that's a part.
Yeah,
Well,
because
Rec
it's
arena.
going to depend on, how much law enforcement and security do you need? Are you doing any barricades? So
yeah.
it can vary from somebody that's
Well,
done
the
events
TUP
from
would-
$500 to $25,000 or more,
The
depending.
TUP could be 500 people too, so.
And so case in point, a great TUP is the 4th of July. They are a 501c3, so the fee got waived for them. But we did process it like we normally do, and so their fee was waived because that 4th of July event, the fireworks event, where everyone goes to, it actually is a fundraiser, and in our code allows us to waive the fee, which we did. But that's a great example of a TUP on private property that's fairly large, but it also organizes and orchestrates the things that the organizer needs to do with the
Yeah,
fire department and
I
the
guess
sheriffs.
I'm looking for a ballpark. Where does a special event cost start?
Again, depends,
It's all-
$500 to $500,000, depending on the
I'm
scale
going
of
back
the
to
event.
Elizabeth's point about special events and what comes here and what goes to Buellton, if it's because their special event is significantly different or whatnot. But that's, I'm getting outside the scope of what staff.
I was just going to point out the special event fees are part of one of the next items about the CPI on the fees. 501c3 nonprofit application, limited site plan, $181. Events that require street parking lot closure, site plan review, et cetera, $309. And then there's other factors, and there's multipliers and whether or not they have law enforcement. So it's kind of all over the place, but it's
Okay.
dependent on each individual event.
Well, I agree with Council Member Arona about keeping our eye on that. So, but anyway, let's go back to our action here, the TUP vendor fees. I'm open to a motion on that for staff direction.
We need another motion beyond what we did?
You can just give direction to say, keep it at $50 or do it tiered.
Work on it.
Okay.
Well, that would mean that we'd come back and explore it here.
Yeah, please.
I don't think you need to go into the tier aspects of it.
So are we keeping it as it is, or are we
Yeah.
working on it?
I'd
We're
say-
keeping it as it is.
I'm going to say we keep it as it is.
Keep it as it is.
So is that majority of keep as is? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time and well as the direction.
Okay.
And you're keeping me busy.
Yeah. I'm excited to book the hell to
and-
piss at my patio after hours. Yeah.
And some music. Artists.
We're keeping all the staff up, you know?
Yeah, we gotta get moving here. Item 8C, would you read that into the record, please?
Discussion and direction to establish a utility rate committee, review committee.
Okay, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Again, Jose Acosta, Utility Director here with the City of Solvang. This evening, we're bringing an item for discussion and direction to establish a URRC, the Utility Rate Review Committee. We're looking to, the staff has recently released an RFP to initiate comprehensive water and wastewater rate study to evaluate the existing rate structure, operational needs, and long-term financial sustainability. As we discussed earlier, the end of the last rate study is the last implementation of any rate increases is this July 1st for the last 5-year rate study. So we're looking to establish and review another rate study, which can be anywhere from 1 to 5 years based off of council feedback. We're looking to include the public into this process this time. Randy visited with a neighboring city up north, and they took this approach as well, and it worked out very well for them. We know that one of the goals is transparency for the public, so we want to get them involved, have more public forums. The last rate study we had was during pandemic, so we had one public forum, which was virtually. And so this time it gives some members of the public to be able to sit on this committee, council members to sit on the committee, the rate consultant, city manager, financial manager, and also the utility director. The committee would function in an advisory capacity only. They would not have any decision-making authority. And I just want to emphasize that way council's aware that all the items that will be discussed will be brought back to council meetings after the committee's meetings to review and discuss what was presented to the committee, what was discussed at the committee, and what was recommended or considered by the committee members and the council members on that committee as well. The consideration for the committee composition, we're looking at having a 9-member committee. We'll have 2 council members on this committee, 3 members of the public. Again, staff would be the rate consultant, Randy, utility director, and financial manager as well. We can modify that number for community members if we want to consider that, but right now the recommendation is for 3 community members. The scope and responsibilities of the URRC would be to evaluate the utility operations and regulatory requirements, CIP needs, cost of service and rate design alternatives, funding strategies and long-term financial planning, public communication and outreach approaches, discuss and evaluate alternative service delivery models, including potential privatization of one or both utility systems, water and or wastewater, with consideration of operational, financial, and policy implications. The meeting structure and duration, staff is anticipating the URRC would meet 4 to 6 times throughout the rate study process. We would align the meetings with key milestones throughout the process and conduct meetings that are publicly noticed and open to the public as well. Again, we want to emphasize that we want this to be a transparent process and have plenty of public engagement. So the meetings would be publicly noticed and accessible, include supporting materials made available in advance, as far in advance as possible, and provide opportunities for public comment and participation. The next steps would be for city council, would be for staff to form this committee, similar to current committees that are formed for other considerations with the city. We would develop a recruitment and selection process for community members, coordinate with the selected rate consultant to establish a meeting schedule, prepare materials and facilitate URRC meetings, and return to council with updates as the rate study progresses. So tonight we're asking for council to provide direction to city manager to form the URRC, and do we select who sits on the committee this evening?
Well, we had asked for volunteers from the council, yes.
Thank you. What would be your anticipated timeline?
So we're for the RFPs recently is being solicited right now for services for the rate study consultant. We're looking to make a selection of the rate consultant by the end of June, bringing that back to council to awarding that contract. We want to have the draft prepared for council consideration in May for feedback, and then May of 2027.
Okay.
Because adoption would be June of 2027 for the next rate study. So we have, if we move quickly enough, that gives us at least 10 months to work on this, set up several meetings once a month, and get plenty of feedback and discussion throughout that process. What we want to avoid is rushing this through, not doing a comprehensive study, and not getting plenty of feedback from council or from the public as well.
But utilities is water and sewer.
Water and wastewater and sewer. There are three components to it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a 9-month commit, rough and tough?
Rough and tough, about 9-month commitment.
For 4 meetings.
4 to 6 meetings, I put in there 4 to 6. It could be 7, depending on what's being discussed, what's being considered, what's being directed to the consultant to bring back for consideration.
Okay. Mr. Murphy?
I just wanted to point out, rather than say URRC all the time, we'll call it the IRC. We did consider an acronym that was
It's going to be the first order of business on this committee.
CRAP, but that was maybe offensive to some. So IRC makes the most sense. So
I think that's
maybe
reason
we'll get
enough to
Urkel to be our
volunteer.
spokesperson.
Yeah,
I'm happy to volunteer.
You're really into public relations here, I can see. So, all right. Any questions of staff before I open it up to public comment? Okay, I have one speaker, Miss Denise Alamine.
Hi, my name is Denise Elamine. Jose, I remember you from back in 2019, 2022, whenever, and then you left and you went to work for Santa Barbara and picked up some of their bad habits, and now you're back in Solvang. When you talked the last time, I mean, I felt like it's Groundhog Day when you gave the discussion about the when our rates increased in 2022. It was because of the sewage, and I used the wrong term. I said that we were out of compliance, and we're not out of compliance. We are. We have some discrepancies. So I will start using that word, discrepancies. What I'm saying is, what do we need another committee for? I have yet to see a committee for Solvang do anything that's worth doing anything. And you've been here back and forth, so you've been on plenty of committees and you know a lot. So I'm trying to figure out why I don't get the need of.
Would you please direct your
to you
concerns to the
Well,
board?
I thought I would do it to the person who gave
No,
it to.
ma'am.
I'm
This
sorry.
is, we'll be making the
I am so sorry,
recommendations.
Dave Brown. I apologize.
The board up here, you're not going to pick
I
on any one of our
understand.
people.
I
Thank you.
understand. I understand. So I'm wondering, the city council, when you pick this committee, are you going to be picking the same people that you always pick, or will you pick new residents, new faces, new people that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else on Zoom or elsewhere? Very good. I am going to close it to public comment and bring it back to council. And Mr. Murphy, you had a question?
I just wanted to comment. Jose hit it when he said we're trying to improve transparency. Too many times these decisions are made in a vacuum. And we're trying to make sure the public understands the rate increase is not, there will be an increase. How much of it hasn't been determined yet. But as we just saw the presentation about the finance options, we don't have enough revenue to cover that payment yet. So we're going to need to increase it. We don't, like you said, we don't know how much. That's going to be analyzed. There are other factors with the privatization as a possibility. Is that what might be palatable? We've done this committee idea since I've been here now. This is the kind of a second iteration. We have the Urban Growth Boundary Exploration Committee, the UBEC, that is currently underway. And we've had a couple of meetings. We have another one, I think, later this week. It is comprised of 13, including 2 council members, and 11 public, most of whom have never been on a city committee yet, before now. So we are looking for people that are not currently involved. It is strictly volunteer, assuming we get the direction from council tonight. We'll get something online and advertise in the newsletter and that kind of stuff coming up. So if anybody who is listening or watching the video later on has an interest, reach out to us. We currently have 3 members of the public, but if council thinks that should be a little bit more, a few more people, then we could certainly consider that.
Very well. Questions or recommendations?
I think I just want to make a couple comments. I think I'm encouraged by the number of new public members that we have on all of our committees, and I've seen new faces, high levels of participation, a lot of care coming from our community, which is really encouraging. This one, we might have to fight people off because it is about rate increases. It's about your pocketbook, and we really need to do the work to ensure we're sensitive to how much people can tolerate these cost increases. And I would just say we do get productivity gains. We do get benefit out of the public participating in these work groups. And I would want to make sure we do what we can to continue to encourage that.
I agree. Mr. Fontaine? Well, I think we're in agreement that having this council or this advisory would help find fair, equitable, established rates for this study and going forward. So I'd be inclined to accept any motions that somebody had. I think there's one here.
You're looking for volunteers, right?
Yes, and if I can real quick.
Or do we have a motion? Do we have to provide a motion?
If I can real quick, I just want to emphasize, we're looking to do this to inform and educate the public on the whole process, why rates are needed, why they're in place, why considerations for future increases or no increases. We want to make sure the public has plenty of time to hear all those options. And as Randy pointed, we have other considerations that have recently been brought forward, which is privatization or other tax measures or considerations. So we want to have that out there for the public to be informed and educated on.
Thank you.
And to your question, Madam Arona, it would be a motion to establish the committee and then volunteers to.
So do we need volunteers first or the motion?
A motion first.
Establish the committee first.
All right, so we'll make a motion to establish the committee.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded for approval or movement, establish the committee. And item 8C, roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have any volunteers for that? This new committee?
I'm happy to volunteer.
I'm probably going to go to the meetings anyway. But I'm pretty sure one of my committees is going to wind down.
These are not going to be Brown Act meetings because there's less than 2 of us. Okay.
That's correct.
They will be Brown Act meetings because it's combined with members of the public and non-council members. So an ad hoc committee is the only type of committee that you all can join that's not subject to the Brown Act open meeting requirements. And one of the requirements for an ad hoc is that it be solely comprised of less than a majority of the body, legislative body. So the fact that this is a committee that includes members of the public, staff, and council members, even though less than a majority, it's essentially a standing committee, and it would be Brown Act.
It would be a Brown Act meeting. Okay.
Is there a way to form it to avoid that? Because we don't want it to be Brown Act. That
No.
doesn't have the flexibility. So that was why we only asked for 2 members of the
I think
council.
that's why it's also a review committee. And it states that there's no policy.
There's no
adapted
decisions.
by
Yeah.
this.
Sorry, in the staff report, it says they'll be publicly noticed and accessible, so I assumed you guys wanted to do Brown Act meeting.
No.
We intend to keep the public informed, but not do it with the requirements of the Brown Act.
So you don't want members of the public to serve on the committee, like,
Yes.
then the only way to do that is as a Brown Act.
How do we avoid that with the UBEC?
That is a Brown Act committee, I think, right?
It hasn't been.
It wasn't
raised
formed
as
as
this
one.
one.
Okay, we'll postpone appointments until after we get attorney review on the methodology that will be provided.
Not that we don't want to be transparent about it, but just the 72 hours notice and all those things
Publications,
is
Just a pain.
overly restrictive in
I mean,
that, for this type,
you
for
can-
what we're seeking.
You can create an ad hoc committee, and the committee can, meet with members of the public
Right.
and staff, but if you want certain members of the public to be appointed to the committee and staff members to be appointed to the committee, then
The council's not appointing the members of the public, staff is selecting them.
Actually, they're volunteers.
Well,
Because we're not appointing anybody. We're asking for
council's
volunteers here.
volunteering, the public's being appointed.
And I don't think the public will be appointed either. I think they'll be selected by staff.
Right.
yeah, so again, if it's a committee that's created by council, which was just the motion created, and there's not,
Then I move we undo that and just have a couple of volunteers.
It's a deal.
Well, I think it was also under the city manager's direction, and so anyway, I'll leave
So
that
do
to
we
you guys.
make a
I
motion
want you guys
to
work it.
cancel the committee? Because we just motioned and voted
Yeah,
to
I don't
create
want to
it.
make a motion for to avoid.
Can we do that?
Well,
Because we haven't
well,
given 72-hour notice that we're going to.
Well, this meeting's
I
is,
move that we get rid of the last motion.
well, wait, hang on. I'm trying to get direction from
Yeah,
council
because
as
if we
to
just created
if
it
we
and now we're going to
created
talk about
a
dissolving, do we need 72 hours to let the public know?
Oh, that's just.
Let's, I'll let you work on that. We'll table it and move on to item 8D.
Great idea.
So we're making progress along the way.
Sorry, Jose.
Would you read that into the record, please?
Adopt Resolution 261318, updating certain user and regulatory fees for various city services to apply the previously adopted annual inflationary adjustment.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and there's no public. So as of April 28, 2025, council adopted Resolution 251282, adopting the user and regulatory fee schedule. The fee study was completed by ClearSource Financial, and with that resolution, it included a CPI adjustment of the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area beginning July 1st of each year. And what that means is we take the CPI, the annual CPI increase, and we apply that to the fee schedule that I said it right. I had an issue with fee study and fee schedule. Anyways, if you look at the fee schedule, it says in a column to the right, it will have a yes, a Y by it, which means yes, it is subject to the CPI increase. So the methodology stays consistent with the original fee structure that was adopted last year. And it keeps pace with the inflation, supports service cost recovery, avoids large periodic fee increases, and reflects rising operational costs. And it reduces the general fund subsidiary pressure, supports sustainable city services, and protects long-term operational stability. If you approve the resolution tonight, the new fee schedule will be effective July 1st, 2026. And future updates, we will bring back probably July, a couple new fees that we still have to figure out. So with that, that concludes my staff report. And are there
you.
any questions?
I have a question. Are all these fees currently existing?
Yes.
Okay, so
There's no new
in
fees.
in the study that you've given us.
Yes.
Okay. And and the exemptions to the CPI are the ones that are denoted by an
N,
for
yes.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you change, if the CPI changes mid-year, do you adjust or you keep it at the CPI that we just set up?
We keep it at the CPI, and it's only adjusted one time per
Annually.
year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy, how did we decide which ones were exempt? Which
That
fees
was
were exempt from
the,
CPI?
The Clear Source Financial, they did that based on the time spent to recover those, like the time spent, like for those costs, there isn't any like legality to increase those fees.
So we're in compliance with how it gets applied in Los Angeles and Anaheim and everywhere else. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there another CPI to our local market? Or is it for our metropolitan area that we would be better served?
I know this one is the standard one that most cities use around here. I don't know for the bigger cities.
Well, I don't know if San Francisco is better to use, or if there's one for Monterey area or Central Coast. That's my
recommended by
question.
the
Yes.
study? Sorry, I should have waited to start talking until you were
No,
done.
it's okay.
I apologize. I was just clarifying with Wendy that the CPI that is being used was part of the recommended study that was
Yes.
done previously, and then it was that CPI is specifically referenced in the last year's resolution that authorized these escalator changes, and so we're really just sort of confirming and showing like an updated fee schedule reflecting the escalators that you already adopted last year.
And we would go through this process each year?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then like every 5 years, you do another study just to make sure that you're still compliant.
Because we still, even though we're doing these escalators, we still are under the obligation to not charge fees that are higher than our actual costs.
Yeah.
So the assumption is that CPI, your costs are escalating with CPI, but then every 5 years or so, you want to check to make sure that that was an accurate assumption and that we didn't go too high.
Yeah, you can't charge more than what it actually costs.
I was just going to comment that's the reason for the 5-year review is obviously technology improvements. Something we did used to type manually. Now we have computers. We have copiers that used to do mimeograph machines. I mean, all the different things that happen. So we do need to review it on a regular basis because there may be fees with the CPI especially that we're charging that are too high. Conversely, you might be not charging enough because something happened, the legislation changed, and we now have to do another process. So,
It wouldn't surprise me if we're doing this, we just have AI do it in
Right.
5 years from now, so. If there's no other question, I'm going to open up to public comment. If there's anybody on Zoom or anybody in the audience. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council for further discussion. Any questions, or it seems like you've presented it well, and it's well we'll move ahead. I'll encourage a motion from anybody that wants to move it forward.
I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendations of Resolution 261318 by applying the above referenced CPI adjustment.
I do.
Any second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve staff report for Resolution 261318, item 8D. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes?
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now, before we move forward or backwards, it's past the witching hour, which we need a motion to either continue with the agenda or
I'll move that we continue with the agenda and get this over with.
I'll second it.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
No.
Seconded.
Clark on us, huh?
Oh, we have to do the website.
Just want to know. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
No.
Mayor Brown. All votes are final.
Well, I'm trying to find out what else is this or
It's the website.
It's one more is on the
website.
Also,
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask:
Yes.
is our consultant or vendor on the? And is there a reason why it would need to be done today?
Because it's easy.
yes.
Yes, because the RFP went out, I think, in January, and we received 21 proposals, and we haven't let those RFP proposal submitters know that they are not in the running, and we need to get started because it's going to take probably 6 to 9 months, and
Yes.
there's a deadline.
Motion passes.
Motion passes 3-2.
thank you.
Okay.
Are we revisiting the?
We are going to get clarification on the committee that we appointed in item 8C.
URRC.
Okay, do you have some feedback for us?
Yes. Okay. So
I'm reopening that item 8C, or is it 8?
so the
Is that right? C?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Thank you.
So a couple of questions. One is what type of committee or body is counts as a legislative body under the Brown Act and therefore subject to those open meeting requirements. And then the second is procedurally what to do under, the Rosenberg's Rules of Order with the motion that was already granted. So under the government code, a legislative body under the Brown Act and therefore subject to the open meeting rules includes any commission, committee, board, or other body of the local agency, whether it's permanent, temporary, decision-making, or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of the legislative body. And there's a narrow exception to that. So if council is going to create it, the only exception to that is that advisory committees comprised solely of members of the legislative body that are less than a quorum are not legislative bodies unless they have continuing subject matter jurisdiction. So you all can create an ad hoc committee of 2 of you but that committee has to solely consist of only those two members. That ad hoc committee can meet with other members of the public or staff as, as part of their process, but the members of the committee can only be the two council members. That's if the city council is creating the body. If Randy creates a body and includes less than a majority of you and members of the public and staff, that's not a Brown Act body. So the committee that you all just created is a Brown Act body because it would include two of you and members of staff, the way that it was just adopted. So procedurally, if you wanted to undo that, then you would need to make a motion to reconsider that motion. And that if you want to do that, it does have to be done at the same meeting as the initial motion. So
Okay, so we're
we're
okay.
still in the clear.
We're still in the clear.
If we want to.
So can I make a motion to reconsider our creation of a URRC committee?
And I'll second
Some it
that.
has become.
Based on the new information, I'll second that. Oh, did we?
Mark did.
Oh, excuse me.
He probably did.
Didn't hear you. My apologies.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, the motion is to rescind the previous
Motion.
previous action of developing the council utility rate review committee.
Do we need to vote?
We'll need a vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we've got the procedural stuff out of the way. Now, I think it's just a nod of the head that we make it a committee designed by our city manager for the purpose of rate review studies.
So staff can go forth and do that, and then we know we have volunteers.
So Randy can ask for volunteers then? And we don't need to make any more decisions as a council?
You should not, because then it'll start being a Brown Act committee again. Yeah.
Turning my mic off.
So I'll assume the same two volunteers are interested, so they can move forward. Thank you.
Staff has direction for that item, 8C. And thank you for researching that a little further. Okay, we're going to finish up with item 8E. Would you read that into the record, please?
Award contract to Tom Jones and Associates for website design services and content management system.
Thank you. Staff report.
All right. Thank you for extending the meeting. So we originally wanted to move forward with a new website to be ADA compliant because they had, the DOJ had imposed a deadline for all government agencies under 50,000 to have a ADA compliant website by April of 2027. However, at the end of April, the DOJ did extend that deadline to May of 2027, and 2028. And also, there's a regulation where we have to have our website transferred to a .gov domain, and that is also we're required to do that by 2028. So the necessity to do the website isn't as important as it was to meet that April 2027 deadline. So anyways, we had gone forward with the RFP. We received 21 proposals ranging anywhere from $27,000 to $1.12 million. After we reviewed the proposals, staff concluded that we should reject all the RFPs because of being non-substantiated to the unresponsive to the RFP, whether they left out the .gov or they were too expensive or they didn't comply with all the requirements in the RFP. So with that, TJA actually does our Solvang USA website. And so we reached out to them. We reached out to another local company that does websites, and TJA responded, sure, they'll do it. The other company, they are retiring, so they are no longer going to be doing websites. And with TJA's proposal, it was a one-time development fee between $50,000 and $75,000. There's a large gap with that because we don't know exactly how many pages that we're going to need to, PDFs that we're going to need to remediate to be ADA compliant. And we're not sure how many hours it will take to design the website. TJA does use a WordPress website, I guess, language. So it will be really easy for staff to change and upload and add pages. And TJA has been very responsive with the Solvang USA website. They're local. They know our branding. And so we are recommending that we go with TJA to redesign our website. And that concludes my staff
Thank you.
report.
Questions that you have? I've got a question with the RFP, anything, and then accepting a bid that wasn't part of the RFP.
Oh,
What's
yes.
our liability in this regard?
We can do
for
that
these
through
vendors?
the sole source purchasing. It's section 22A of our purchasing policy. And that allows us to go with an outside vendor from a RFP through the competitive bidding process.
Because
right?
we're already a contractor, or what?
I can jump in and
Yeah.
help here.
Please.
So under the RFP process,
I have my risk management hat on.
absolutely. No, it's a
Okay.
good question. I had the same one when when I was discussing the agenda item with Randy and Wendy. So under an RFP, we have language in there always that says the city retains the discretion to reject all proposals. So there's no requirement that we select someone from an RFP. We are fully within our rights of what we've put out to reject all the 21 proposals. And then our purchasing policy has a sole source provision that allows us to go with one contractor and not do competitive bidding under certain circumstances. And that's when it's the only known source of supply to meet the bona fide specification requirements. So given that we had 21 responses to an RFP and none of them worked, we feel like that's pretty good evidence that this is the only known entity that can handle this, what we're asking for under the RFP. And then also, as part of the sole source process, you have to, evaluate that whatever's being proposed is, reasonable and not an inflated price. And again, we can look to the cost range that we saw in the RFP as good evidence of TJA's proposal as being a reasonable fee for the service that we're contracting. So it's kind of two things. One is we can reject the proposals under the RFP that's set forth in the terms of the RFP. And then now, instead of reissuing another RFP based on the information that we got from the RFP, we felt comfortable moving forward under the sole source provisions of our purchasing policy.
Thank you.
How do we know we're getting best price if we didn't do yet another competitive round with revised criteria?
That's a policy decision. Staff felt that we have 22 now with TJA responses of price.
But we only have one that is truly compliant. So the 20, you're saying throw out the other 21, but we didn't get a competitive bid, a compliant set of competitive bids. So we don't know that the price is really our best price.
Well, it doesn't have, it has to be reasonable, and based on the fact that we got so many responses, but nobody was able to actually provide the service. That's the rationale that that TJ is the only available known source of supply. But another option that you could direct staff to do would be to issue another RFP. It's just the timing that.
I think, well, okay, then let's be pragmatic. It sounds like there's a scenario where that cost could increase on us because we don't know how many PDFs need to be converted, correct?
Well, that's why there was a range, and we went through our website, just like briefly and deleted most of the stuff that was really old or unnecessary. One of the things that TJA will do is they'll run a report, and then we'll look at it and we'll see, okay, yes, this PDF needs to be remediated, or no, we're not going to use it. We did through Civic Plus, we did do a preliminary report. So we as staff have to sit down and go through and look at that. But with TJA's quote, even at the highest, they were like the third lowest. That was very detailed, and they answered all the RFP requirements, where the other two below that, they didn't even, one of them didn't even address the .gov switch. And the other one, we actually had interviews with both of them, and then we asked them follow-up questions, and it took them like a month to get back to the follow-up questions, and then they didn't even answer all our follow-up questions. So TGA was very thorough on their response.
I read the scope. It looks thorough. But okay, so let me just clarify. What's the number? 77 is the top end of the range?
It's 50 to 75,000.
75.
And they're
so
only
is 75 they're not to exceed? Is it capped at 75?
Yes, and
okay.
it's based on the actual number of hours that they're going to work.
Okay.
So they're not going to just charge us 75,000. They're going to charge us.
And our role will be to keep the PDF count down.
Yes,
Okay.
we will, yeah. So staff, once we start this process, staff will go through, and we've already started keeping files of, yes, this needs to go, or no, this doesn't. We haven't added a lot of stuff to the website. And anything that we do add will go into a file that will need to be remediated, because any new document going on a new website will have to be ADA compliant. We cannot have any documents that aren't, unless they're archived, and we have to have a special page that says archived documents and then lists all the archived documents.
Okay, that's good.
So
I do have a question about the response from our current web manager.
they did submit one. They were the $27,000 one. They have been basically non-responsive to support tickets. It takes a long time to get anything done with them. They had submitted the RFP, and I had asked follow-up questions along with another company. And it was, I don't know, I think 3 weeks before they even answered. And it was like, oh, yeah, by the way, we're switching your customer contact person. So, and a lot of the Civic Plus pages are hard-coded. So it's very difficult to have anything changed without an extra cost. And going through the process before we decided to go to a RFP, we have, probably 10 to 12 years of history on that website. And they just, in our contract, we get a new refreshed website every 4 years. But what they do is they just update the website. They don't clean it up. They don't like change. They'll change like the, I guess the characteristics of the page, but they don't. It's kind of like junk in keeps, the junk keeps rolling and compounding. They don't start fresh and get rid of it. So we originally had asked them, what can you do? We need a new website, and it wasn't until we decided to go out for a RFP. They're like, oh, wait a minute, we'll start a whole new website for you, and we'll just we won't like migrate anything over. And it was kind of like too late. Like, when they thought that they were going to lose us, they're like, oh, we'll just be more than happy to help you. And it was kind of like too late then. And with the ADA accessibility that we had to do in the .gov, it's like we might as well just put it out there and see what we get. I mean, we can still stay with them, but...
Mr. Murphy, you had a comment?
There's a couple of things I want to point out. As Wendy said, TJA is currently doing our tourism website, and if you recall, that was a mess when we brought them on board, and they cleaned it up, and it's quite spectacular comparative to what it was before. They used basically an open source web profile, which is WordPress. All of the other vendors we talked to were using their proprietary design, so that if down the road somewhere we need to change again, we'll have to pay the whole development costs all over again. TJA was very responsive to this effort. We did not include them originally with the RFP distribution because they're not a web builder. I mean, it's one of the things they do, but it's not their primary business. So after we went through and got these 21 responses, I think we actually got more than 21, but there were a few that were basically just mailed in. Point is that it was obvious that with the $1.1 million, even that one wasn't as comprehensive and didn't check all the boxes. So when we reached out to TGA, they said, oh, sure. And again, it was an iterative process. Ultimately, what they provided a bid for is essentially time and materials. And they're going to do the work. They really think it's probably closer to the $50,000 number, not the 75. But again, because we don't know how many of those documents are going to have to migrate to the new platform, they had to go a little bit higher. Their annual fees are, again, time and materials, and based on their performance in the marketing world, they've been, more than advertised. And the current vendor has been non-responsive. It wasn't until they learned we were looking for other providers that they even started answering the questions, and even then, it was hit and miss. So I can't, honestly say that we do better if we went anywhere else. And that's the reason. Staff's got a lot of time in this. I mean, we had 20 plus proposals to review. We went over them, we talked, we had meetings, we identified the top couple and talked with them. And again, it was an exercise in futility ultimately. So this is our best option, and we need to move forward so that we can be compliant with the deadlines on the back end.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open it public comment. If there's anybody on Zoom or elsewhere that would like to make any comments. Okay, I am going to close it for public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. I did have a couple of questions with regards to the add-ons and so forth. The storage, is that going to, first of all, I guess, digress just a little bit. What's required of ADA for a website? We have to have multiple languages? Do we have to have?
You have to have multiple languages. You have to have it compliant with
Who
the
chooses those languages?
There's a series of, I think there's like 7, 8 languages, but with the new ADA accessible button that takes you to like the software, you can pick any language. But there's, you can maybe, on our website, there's Tagalog, there's Spanish, there's,
Danish?
what? Mandarin, Chinese.
Danish?
What? French, yeah.
Do it in Danish.
And there, that's a law requirement. I don't know what law it is, but we're required. I mean, we have to have all our, like our water forms in that language. So,
Okay.
a font size, yeah, so font size, it has to be able to, a reader has to be, like a machine reader, has to be able to read the font. And then you have to have any, you can't have, like a red color on a blue font, because there's not like contrasting enough for, you know, people with a visual impairment to be able to see that. The reader has to be able to go through and read all the words.
They can't read it, can't the software read it for them?
Yeah, that's the,
It's a
yeah.
reader. That's what the reader does.
Yeah,
Audio, so that for somebody that's vision impaired, and then you also have to have the little pop-up that when you have a picture, when you move your cursor across, it has
Alternate
to
text.
say what that picture is.
yeah. So like the logo, so our city logo with the mermaid, the alternate text for that would be mermaid sitting on a rock. So as the card reader goes through, it'll say a logo with mermaid sitting on a rock instead of just a, you know, it's a picture and it can't read it. And then two, for those who have like ADHD, it can, the software can like highlight just a line, so it focuses your eyes just on that line, and then it can make it bigger, it can make it smaller. So there's a lot to it.
And they'll host this site as well? Even though
Yes.
it's a .gov, that's not a problem?
Yes,
Okay.
they'll do that transition.
And then for storage of these documents that we're gonna have, does that reside on a server, or is that cloud-based? How's that gonna work?
It will be cloud-based, I do believe.
Thank you. That's all. Any other question? Okay, we have the ability to make a motion here on this to, I think we vetted it out as best we can.
I'll move that we award the contract to Tom Jones and Associates for the website design services and content management system.
Can we get clarification to reject all the prior proposals also, please?
And reject all the prior proposals.
Is there a second? I'll second that.
Huh?
I'll second that motion.
Thanks.
And so the motion is to accept the new award and reject the previous proposal submitted for item 8E. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. We have closing comments besides it's late. Oh, wait,
Just
okay.
one clarification. Is the council's motion also include to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement for TJA Associates?
Yes.
Clarification.
Was there any doubt or any have somebody, a different concept of that? Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Any closing comments for anyone? I want to wish all the graduates a very happy graduation, and happy for them, and I wish them much success, all our graduates. This is that time of year. So we are adjourned at 10:03
Okay.
p.m. Thank you.